Oy. Alrighty. My network to the test right now. I need some terrible, terrible food to fill up my belly real quick, because I am exhausted from golfing this week. Alright, let me do my Discord announcements. So, we got anyone over on the other platform real quick? I'm curious. I just want to check to make sure latency and all that works. But how's everyone doing? What you up to? Alright, let me paste this for my today command. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, White Bat Audio. Really good, man. I didn't realize that was just a single song, though, but at least he's going to one of his playlists next. But, yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, hold on. Let me get you the link. I thought it was going to be a whole playlist. This is one of their brand new songs. They released it like 6 hours ago. I'm going to subscribe to them. They're super good. But we're going to skip it because we don't want to overdo it. So here we go. Here's some more royalty-free, copyright-safe music. Here we go. Alright, so let me do my today command. Oh, hold on. Well, that's not our today command. There we go. also paste over the watch day. People out there are on vacation. Oh, hey, what up, Cole? How you doing? Yeah, sorry. Yep, this is my first time trying the live thing, so figured I'd give it a shot. Thought I put live in the title. Pretty sure I did. Oh, you got a vacation next week? Cool. Hell yeah. Nice. I only know Vienna from songs. It was a really good popular one. I actually only know about that song because of Father Ted. Which is even fun. But alright. So yeah, and for everyone unaware, I've got some dual chat going. I think we're good. Let me get some food in my belly. We're gonna switch over, do our news crawl real quick. I want to do a fast one today, but yeah. You're going to 7 concerts there. Is it like a festival or something? Hey, what's up, Bradford? How you doing? Cool. Alright, one more little handful of these. City of Music? I thought it was the City of Sausages. Damn right, Dev Dad. How else do you think I got this dad-like figure? Okay, yeah, let me fix that on the tube side. One sec. You're right. All right, check, check, check. Is that a bit better? Is the music too quiet now? Round is a shape. Exactly. Good now? Okay. Let me know if I should crank the music, you know, for the YouTube. And yeah, want to. I do have hair. I mean, I'm balding for sure. So the hairline goes back to like here. There's like, you know, the little like tuft at the front. Erosion. But yeah, what's up, Jag? How you doing there, Frackberg? Mr. Sirs. What up, Dev Dad? Is it good, Paul? Like, quality solid? Awesome. So yeah, for everyone over on the other place, we do this thing we like to call the news crawl. And it is a Monday, so there might actually be some good news, right? You know, like tech stuff. Not everyone's on vacation today. So we're going to switch over to that. I'm going to start recording so that I can hopefully post this part as a video at some point. Oh, the sound effects are off. Alright, so I gotta fix something about my transitions. The sound effects aren't there. At least the video's there, though. Right? A little spinny. You like the quality, Paul? Thank you. Yeah, so Paul, I stream over on Twitch a lot. So, yeah, you know. You will have maybe a faster chat experience over on Twitch. I will point that out, so no big deal. If you want to stay on the YouTube, totally fine. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, sorry, just FPGA. I just didn't realize that was your name over there. Cool. Yeah, that's going to confuse the hell out of me. People having different names on different platforms. So, DevDead, are you saying my memory or the RAM on my PC? RAM on my PC is fine. I'm pretty sure Firefox is chewing up more RAM right now, and it's only holding like 5 tabs. So, that's not even the issue. Nah, my memory's fine. Right? I can comb through these and find what I need quick enough. This right here is Chrome. I got Firefox over doing my like chat and some of that stuff. And yeah, Firefox is currently like the preview window for working on Vexilla when we do that a bit later. But let's do our news crawl. Let's see what's going on in the world of tech. And Hacker News so far is my main choice for that. We might actually prop open, what is it, programmer.dev as well, or programming.dev. Something like that. Yeah, this is where a bunch of people went after they decided to ditch Reddit. So yeah, we'll do one page of Hacker News, we'll look at enough over on the other, and we'll call it good. What up, C17? How you doing? Ooh, another pudding.cool article? These guys are awesome. Yeah, pudding.cool, like this domain, they do amazing data analysis. And hell yeah, C17. I think I gave that to you a little while back, too. Yeah, Goodreads was the future of book reviews, and then Amazon bought it. Foundation DB seems very cool. I haven't had a chance to use it really, but yeah, distributed key value store. It's like a distributed Redis, which you can do yourself too. It was good. Yeah, Goodreads was a good service. This seems kind of cool. That seems interesting. I mean, that right there, that title tells me enough. That cosmic rays and earthquakes have some type of correlation. Maybe not causation, but somewhat related in some way. And I don't know what domaining is in this context. So boom, we got our Hacker News stuff open. Let's go look at anything from programming.dev. Okay, that one seems good. Seems like Programmer Humor is like the most active community on programming.dev right now. But still, yeah, if you're looking for, you know, maybe where some of the more conscientious people from Programmer Humor went to, hopefully there will be less circle jerky, anti-JS, PHP, whatever BS. So Reddit can keep those people, and hopefully programming.dev, you know, can move on and be better. So, trunk-based development. I've never worked on a properly trunk-based developed app. And yeah, what up, Indy? How you doing? Yeah, it's good. This was really popularized when Reddit pulled their shenanigans against Apollo, etc. Doing well, Indy. Yeah, just chilling. I'm not watching a video about this stuff. Yeah, I would say ChatGPT is probably really good at least understanding regular expressions and probably creating them. That seems like one of the best use cases for ChatGPT to me. Right? We tried to use it for FFmpeg at one point, and it was all right. Oh, you know it's a good article when programming.dev and Hacker News have the same article. So yeah, this one's going to be good. What are you curious about there, Indy? Like, which PC do you care about? Stream PC, the one that we just built up, or the dev machine, which is just a, you know, basic Mac Mini? So the dev machine's just a, like, 2016 Mac Mini. Nothing special. Am I the only one that just doesn't enjoy these interview with a senior blank developer stuff? Like, it's just not for me. I don't know. I did really like the one by Krasm about, like, the senior developer, and, like, his mustache is, like, binary code, basically. Like, it's so amazing. The Krasm videos are really good. So Indy, like, yeah, it's just a Mac Mini from 2016. It's got the 16 gigs of RAM. Like, I maxed that out at the time. You know, does good enough. How much RAM do you have, Indy? That is your biggest bottleneck. Because everything else, all the tabs, everything, like, they get cached out to disk. Like, Chrome is really good about trying to conserve those resources. All right. So then finally, are you on an SSD? Or are you on like an old school spinny disk? Because that would be another big bottleneck. Paging out from your RAM to disk would be a massive bottleneck for you. So Indy, I don't understand how you're saying your computer lags with this many tabs. Because this computer is guaranteed slower than what you got. So yeah, I don't get it. Maybe that's just a difference between how Mac Chrome and Windows Chrome behave. That must be it, right? But yeah, cool. And I like that this site is also properly paged. So yes, we get to just go do one nice long thing, and bam. So hold up, you know who you are. Every developer out there. Theoretically, Podman fixes that though. Okay, Podman seems good. I had also, right, because I believe this doesn't need Docker Desktop, right? So Podman is another way of messing with that stuff. Another tool I had used previously was, or that I'm actually using at work, is Rancher Desktop, which is especially good if you do Kubernetes stuff. So yeah, if you want to just not deal, oh, and I messed that up. If you want to not deal with Docker Desktop and all of its performance issues and trying to force you to upgrade and all that BS, Podman or Rancher Desktop are the way to go. They're both much lighter. So yeah, Rancher would be if you wanted to be able to switch between like the Kubernetes daemon or whatever and just like standard the Docker daemon or wherever. Theoretically, this one runs without a daemon, which is interesting. So yeah, that's crazy. So Podman. I'm gonna have to look into Podman more. I just don't do anything right now that needs Kubernetes or containers. So, not for me yet. But eventually, maybe. Alright. So developers learning a new concept, Rust or Haskell. And I think the joke is that Rust and Haskell are both somewhat old in some of their mentalities, especially like, you know, like mutability versus immutability, functional stuff. Rust is fairly functional, especially with the way all if statements and like for statements, etc. They're just expressions, so you can assign the result to a variable, which is crazy. Maybe not for, but match definitely. Right? And I think the biggest problem is monads are still a tricky, like, it's a crazy word. I have to Google it every time. But basically returning like a success error tuple is a monad, right? Done. So if you're using useState in TypeScript, you're using a monad, I believe. Not quite. It's not like the error, like success monad, but it's still like a getter-setter monad at that point, right? Yeah, like the way that Go does error handling, that is a monad, right? Again, I might be wrong. I have to look up the term monad every time. When I do, I'm like, oh yeah, it's that. But it's like, No, every time. I gotta look it up. So, here we go. This person prefers trunk-based development, and someone's going to disagree with it. Let's go check out the article and see. I've never worked on a project that did a significant like trunk-based development process. It's always been branch-based per environment type stuff, right? So yeah, we'd have a, dev branch, we'd have a staging branch, we'd have a production branch, and things that need to be merged up to them could be cherry-picked and moved along. It works. It's not bad, right? We got our feature branches to merge into dev, all that. Totally works for us. I believe the difference with trunk-based is everything would just be the same branch, but different environment variables, like when you deploy. But, again, I haven't done much trunk-based development. So they're saying trunk-based development, the entire team works on a single branch. So the code that's on a branch hasn't been integrated yet. The longer they live, the more challenging it is to merge them, sure. I don't think that's necessarily an argument to like not have branches, just don't have long-lived ones. Greater code stability? So I think that's the difference, right? In a branching model, you still shouldn't be doing large and infrequent merges. What they're probably talking about is actually like version branches. Like, hey, here's our version 3.1, right? And that lives on its own branch. Or here's our new like 4.0, and it lives on its own special branch. A lot of things do like the next type branch for like the next major version, so I don't see any problem with that, especially when there's a lot of breaking changes. But there are definitely organizations that do a version-based branching model for software that doesn't like do continuous release, right? Not web stuff. We're talking like versioned software like the Linux kernel, right? And I think that is maybe where this person is talking about trunk-based development. Not necessarily web apps, but I think more like traditional software dev. So I think that's maybe the big issue. And where some of these things need to differentiate, like, they assume that trunk-based is for everybody using Git, when instead, I think it depends on what you're building, right? Advocating for trunk-based development for a web team is something you don't typically even have to do because the web team is already doing it usually. But for traditional software where you are more adherent to proper versioning, that's where it's tougher. And libraries maybe would have a similar like non-trunk-based approach sometimes. But if you're making a web app, you're already trunk-based. So I think a lot of these articles about that miss that. Right? Long-lived branches aren't a problem in many, many, many web apps. Like, none I've ever worked on. If someone's got a branch that's taking too long, we didn't break up the tasks well enough, right? Things like that. So yeah, I don't know. I'm curious what type of software this person does, and we're seeing a lot of Java. Right? Gradle, Gradle, Gradle. Made it out of clay. Gradle, Gradle, Gradle. With Gradle, we're going to play. Trunk versus Git flow. Oh, yeah. So Git flow, I think, is actually a whole new thing that I am unfamiliar with. I'm not entirely positive what the difference is. Yeah. Yeah, so Git flow is like the main and then the develop, right? So this is actually like the big difference. And I would guess, like, Frackberg, do you guys do, like, libraries or traditionally, like, version software? Because that would be my question, right? Is there a reason to be versioning like this for a web app? Probably not. But if you have, like, you know, traditionally released software, maybe. I would say if you're doing web apps, you should not be doing this. Yeah, so libraries should follow this. Web applications, you know, like things that where a continuous release makes sense, should not be doing this. I agree with that entirely. So that might be something you bring to the table. Hey guys, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. For the things that make sense, Git flow. For the things that are continuous release, trunk-based. Argument done. I think that's basically it. Oh. I should probably just throw this into the same one. I'll just put all this in the same one. Fuck it. And let's just see if I could trim it down. There we go. Nice, quick, succinct. My solution has been brought up. Okay, just want to make sure. It seems like the easy answer, you know? So yeah, shit. I just need to copy this because I messed up. I think, yeah. And I'm curious, like, what people think. I think that's a good take. Good enough. Whatever. It's Twitter. Doesn't matter that much. So yeah. We read this person's article. So yeah. This person disagrees. Not that they think trunk-based is bad, but some of the arguments don't convince them. And what were they from? Like, did they work on Netscape Navigator? Well, yeah, they would probably be more familiar with like a Git flow-based approach. And oh man, I'm not reading all that. Alright, so it seems Douglas Hofstadter has changed his mind on deep learning and AI risk. So let's go read it. So, Hofstadter has previously energetically criticized GPT-2-3 models and deep learning and compute-heavy, I don't know what GoFi is. I'm guessing like general something AI. So, those criticisms were widely circulated and cited, and most people found him convincing and a trustworthy authority, right? Because, yeah, he's famous and usually doesn't BS around. And has been pretty accurate over time. And of course, he's promoting a book. Right? That's why people like Hofstadter do interviews. So he tries to set forth in I Am a Strange Loop on what makes a self or a soul, and he doesn't mean it in a religious way. Okay. And hey, what up, Trevenge? How you doing? Gyro stabilization for cameras for free? And is that an AI thing? Yeah, it looks like it, right? Oh. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so it'll work with my little Insta360 that I got around here somewhere. I've actually found that the Insta360 does really good motion stabilization already. So yeah, cool. Nice. Yeah, seems really cool. Is it free and open source too? Well, I'm keeping that link around for a while. Yeah, thank you. That's awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, thanks, Revenge. Yeah, good link. So yeah, let's show that off real quick on stream too. I just like to look off stream first. Yeah, no, this is great for like this part of the content. So yeah, thank you. So it really looks to me like it's for just like standard video. If I'm recording with an Insta360, it already does a lot of this motion tracking. Right? If you check out some of the videos I have on my Griffing and Chill channel on YouTube, like, yeah, it's pretty good. All right, there's like the edited one, and then there's like the 360 one. Yeah, I'll have to check that out more. Yeah, it seems cool. Like, this will make snowboard footage just so much better. So yeah, that's cool. I know, right, Indy? It's crazy. And yeah, Kenny, it is really cool. Yeah. Yeah, my Zoom was probably messing it up. But no, I've got it as a link over here, so it's there forever now. So yeah, I don't know. Can I get a TLDR? Please. Let's see if there's a TLDR. We'll be working on Vexilla here in just a little bit after we finish off the news scroll. Yeah, so I get what this person is saying. They're attributing the fact that, you know, some of these, like, prognostications are being done by somewhat famous people, but the fame isn't necessarily meaning that they're the best mind or best leader. It just simply means that they're the most visible, right? And to want to be the most visible requires some level of ego, right? Whereas that level of ego doesn't necessarily indicate intelligence, etc. I can see that, right? That makes sense to me. Yeah. Yeah, again, I don't think it's smart AI that we gotta worry about. And what up, Zippy? How you doing? I think it's stupid AI. It's the paperclip AI that we gotta worry about the most. Right? It will consume all known matter in the universe, given enough time, because it's not smart enough to actually realize that it's doing harm. All right, so here's another one. Okay, so here we go. Here's an update to this previous post. Most commits to main branch on GitHub. This person was going for a world record. They decided to see how many commits GitHub and Git could take before acting kind of wonky. At 19 million commits and counting to master, it's wonky. The GitHub API has periodic issues merging, creating PRs. I use PRs since that is more reliable than keeping a local master up to date via pulling at this point. I mean, you could do a shallow. GitHub reports infinity commits. Right there. Doing a full clone from GitHub Actions is taking around 2 hours. You shouldn't need to do a full clone, though. I don't understand why you wouldn't just do a shallow. Git pull origin, yep. Right, should be doing shallow. Right, okay, so here comes the follow-up. The account has been disabled at 22 million commits. Now, if they had just simply paced it better, right, instead of being so greedy with resources, they probably could have gotten it way higher. So yeah, according to GitHub, he can't imagine it's not a world record. In the middle of the night, he got an email from GitHub support. Access to the CSM 10495 commitment repository has been disabled by GitHub staff as a result of a private information removal request. Which doesn't seem accurate at all. You may contact GitHub support for more information or to appeal this decision, blah, blah, blah. And then they send this one. Hi, Charles. I work on the support team at GitHub, and we have some concerns about the repository CSM 10495 commitment, which is owned by yourself. We've noticed that the CSM 10495 commitment repository is consuming a non-trivial amount of resources and has the potential to negatively affect the GitHub service for other users. We have therefore gone ahead and disabled the repository in question. If you could let us know within 28 days how you intend to address this, that would be appreciated. So they asked if the two emails were related. Also asked if they can give any information about what triggered the email and if they can give more info about what it looks on their side. What it looks like on their side. He also asked if they can re-enable it so he can give it one more commit to say the final results on the README and then publicly archive it. He'll see what they say. Doing a pull is interesting at the moment, and it shows this. Access to this repository has been disabled by GitHub staff due to excessive resource use. Oh, okay. And then, yeah, you can actually go and look at the disk quotas. Ah. So yeah, they figured it would happen sooner or later. So they did it out of curiosity. And some people are saying they think it means you win. All I have to say is GG. Congrats on becoming the reason a non-trivial rate like this is going to be imposed. Yeah. Yep, front page of Hacker News, nailed it. Yeah, I would have thought you'd hit a breaking point sooner. So the size of the Git folder itself, like the entire tree, the entire history, 8 gigabytes. A full clone, 4 hours. A shallow clone, like 5 seconds, right? Just do shallow. So 1.2 million commits, but much larger changes in those commits, which is why it's bigger. And yeah, Kenny, robot AI is going to be like Terminator, probably? I doubt that, Kenny. I doubt that. Right? The paperclip AI would be more like Terminator. We got plenty of iron in our blood to keep making paperclips from. So yeah, that was a cool thread. Alright, so this person, their professor sure can meme. Alright? Optimize the join you must, or miss the fun you will. I should learn databases. Right, so my SQL queries, the database index, way ahead of it. So pitfalls in relational database design. It's full of redundant data. Aw, you didn't normalize. Poor guy. Yeah, so that was a good one. It's nice they got a teacher that actually like memes properly. Soon all of our bodies shall be harvested for the glory of the paperclip. Right? Amen. Right? We need to start praising the paperclip AI immediately so that we can be the last ones to be harvested at least. This is actually a really good idea. We're gonna create a fake religion. All glory to the paperclip AI. The bender of steel. The shaper of iron. The prophecy has foretold that the paperclip AI will be among us very soon. The coming of the paperclip AI. This could be a good, fun, like, joke website to make. It's a shame we didn't have this idea a couple months ago, because that's a really good, like, April 1st joke, I think. But it is going in the Trello board. Exactly. Please insert girder. And how's it going, Standard? Alright, so this is one of the things someone was showing off on Hacker News. It's a AI-powered job search. Boom! 28 jobs found, and these are all from the Ask Hacker News, like, threads. Right? Who is hiring? One Signal. They are extremely weird. They only hire people in the US from these states. For some weird tax reasons. I didn't realize that. I applied to One Signal at one point. And they're like, yeah, we can't hire people from Washington. What? That's so weird. Like, it was for a fully remote role and everything. Like, just so weird. Yeah, exactly, Kenny. Just so strange. I guess, but do you know what One Signal does? Their customers are all around the world. Oh, is that really it, C17? Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that. Wait. When you say a tax nexus, Washington doesn't have state income tax. It would just be federal. Like, I don't get that. I thought that was only for states that had state income tax. Yeah, so I'm not sure about that. All around the world in 4 states. Yeah, exactly, Kenny. Yep. Does seem like a cool company. I'm not judging them for it. I just thought it was strange, but it does make sense for tax reasons. I wonder if they just don't even realize that Washington State is like a no state income tax state. You know? But you'd probably still have to pay into like state like unemployment programs maybe. So I would guess that they actually have like already like a tax nexus or whatever in Texas. That's actually pretty big for like Silicon Valley companies that want to operate cheaper. They'll raise their funding in Silicon Valley, still operate out of there. Texas nexus, there you go. But then like, you know, Texas is a cheaper cost of living, so having your employees live there means you can technically pay them less too. Right? So I'm wondering if that's part of it. But they just have only a select amount of states that they support for that? I don't know. That is weird to me. Now, for something like customer engagement, etc., I can understand why they got New York on there. Right? New York is probably the place to go if you're trying to like convince ad agencies to do stuff, because advertising is basically LA and New York. Those are like the major advertising hubs. So yeah, I don't know. I'm curious about it. But I don't know. Whatever. Seems like a cool company, though. I will point that out. I don't know anything else about them. But this does seem like a good site. Yeah, anyone out there that's looking to do, you know, looking for a new job, this right here combs the Hacker News threads. It's kind of nifty. Yeah, so Jason, it's most likely they want you to be, like, remote, but still be able to come into the office, like, once a quarter or something like that, right? For team building and blah, blah, blah. But they don't want to pay for plane flights. Which is strange, because at the end of the day, like, a plane flight is not that much money. Compared to, like, your employees' just yearly costs. So yeah, Build Buddy. What is this? Looks like Solutions Engineer, SRE, Software Engineer. They're doing a bunch of Golang, Redis, Protobuf, MySQL. Are they doing Protobuf on the front end too? Interesting. Oh, hold up. Google-style development environment in minutes. They're solving a small piece of this problem with an open core remote build execution platform for Bazel. I mean, I'm using Bazel right now. Interesting. I wouldn't mind reaching out to them for like a sponsored content kind of thing. All right, so I'll build out what we're doing with Vexilla with Bazel, just because it makes sense because I have client libraries in all these other languages. But it might be worth checking out Build Buddy. So yeah, remote cache and remote execution. So the key to that would be you don't need to build everything on your machine from scratch. You could actually just download builds from Build Buddy for a bunch of like your giant monorepo. And if you have something as big as like, you know, like I believe all of Google itself is a monorepo, which is gnarly. I believe I've heard something like that. So you don't typically end up checking out the entire thing. There's some remote build server that you're just pulling down the stuff you need. And like I'm guessing a lot of those builds happen in the cloud too. So that's interesting. Open source, nice. Open core at least. Yeah, I definitely want to check that out. All right, sorry. Notifications, let me double check some stuff. Okay, so G-Bone left some good comments. Oh. So yeah, hold on. Let me reply to some of these. All right. Okay, so hold up. Hey, Alga Bro, Mr. Sir. Screenshot time. Hold on. I gotta do this real quick.
You just blew my mind.
Hold on, hold on. Screen snap. Yeah, that Jessica B. Davis person is really just nasty. Not a nice person. Threatens people with lawsuits on Twitter. Then when corrected, oh, everyone's a Twitter lawyer. I mean, I'm not the one who's incapable of reading the public figure provision. There was just some drama with Mewtwo and some random person selling career advice. You know. All right, there we go. Just making sure I'm replying. Okay. Anyway, just Twitter drama. Randomly posting some bullshit on the internet. Oh, here's what libel is. Sorry, lady, with 30,000 plus followers on Twitter, you're a public figure. For libel to be proven, you have to prove malice. Legal malice. Yeah. It's okay. That person's a troll. Super fucking troll. Anyway, how's it going there? So hold on, let me just screen snap one more time. All right, cool. But yeah, how you doing there, old school scrapper? Oh, old school crapper. How you doing? Hold on. All right, cool. Yeah. So, hold up. Alga Bro, what were you up to? I'm sorry, I got super distracted. All right, so, and any chance have a guide on how to correctly and safely migrate a website from one hosting provider to another? So Aline, that would be your DNS. Yep. So not certificates, it's your DNS that didn't get updated quick enough. Right, and DNS takes time to propagate. Yeah, depending on what the TTL or time to live on your DNS was, it could take up to that long. So typically you don't want to like disable the previous server until you've switched over and like fully gotten to the second one. But real quick, hold on. Andro and Sergey, what up? So Alga Bro, are you still out there? You want a game tonight at all? We can figure out some game. Anything on the Steam sale that you'd like to play together as a co-op thing? Squishy Squid, thank you for the follow. So Aline, typically you would spin up both servers, right? They would both be running at the same time as each other. Then you would switch DNS to the new one. Then they would both just simply migrate over. Now that's trickier when you have something like a database, right? So what you may end up doing for a zero downtime change from host to host would be you would write to both databases at the same time, or your database would actually just be remote. And that's where a secondary VPS for just your database would be useful, because then your front-end website hitting it is no longer the same machine, so DNS doesn't even like factor into that. So as an example, your DNS, if you had your API set up as just the API, you might do your subdomain at api.domain.whatever. And you probably shouldn't need to migrate that anytime soon. But even then, right, you could even spin up some database server via DNS that you connect to through your API. So then those are both separate DNS entries, pointing at separate A records, which are separate IP addresses. So then your main website of whatever.com can just be pointing to wherever your front end is. Right? And then you have fully, like, you can migrate one to a new server while the others are still sitting on their servers. But again, that means you're paying for 3 VPSs or whatever. Like, so it depends on how much cost you're willing to eat to mitigate that risk for your users. If you don't have that many users, then your downtime of, you know, just going offline for an hour, right, is probably the way to go. So think about that, Aline. Could you simply just say, hey, we're going down for maintenance? right? And then for that hour, your main site just simply says, hey, we're going down for maintenance. And when DNS pops over, your new website is the one that has everything back up and running, and people still hitting the old website see the down for maintenance thing. While, and hopefully you try and redirect maybe. While like people who get like the latest DNS quicker would be at your like new site. So a maintenance approach might be one way to go to. As long as you inform users ahead of time, etc. It all depends on what level of downtime you're willing to accept. If you only have 10 users a day, then just saying, hey, we're going to be down for an hour at some point is probably fine. So yeah, Sergey, that's kind of what I said, but again, that means that their remote database would have to be another machine they're on. So it's all a matter of cost. If they're trying to be as little cost as possible, they're doing it all from one VPS. So in that case, doing a maintenance downtime is probably worth it. But it depends on how many users and how much downtime you're willing to accept versus how much cost you're willing to have month to month. Right? So Aline here is asking about their own personal thing. Something they're hosting out of their own pocket. At that point, saying it's as simple as just another machine means it's as simple as doubling your monthly hosting costs. Right? Yeah. So you're going to want to make sure you do that very properly. Yeah. So, good call. Yeah, the key is hoping that the API just works, right? Now, when you say started reworking their website, what do you mean by that one? What type of website? Because I think that's the most important thing. Are you talking like a marketing site in which there's some like CMS and there's no like user generated data, there's no like any major data other than like what the business is creating content wise? In that case, it's extremely easy. You just host your thing on a new server with under a subdomain and build it out so that they can test it and look at it, and then eventually you just swap those DNS records. That's extremely easy. You make sure both things are always running at the same time and they're on separate machines. Done. But that's for basically like a WordPress site. Any site where you're not going to have potentially lost data from writing to one database while the other one is spinning up. So again, Aline, all of this stuff is very dependent on what you're actually doing, right? A website isn't the same as every other website. So approaching that's up to you. Right? When you're saying reworking, are you doing a brand new WordPress install? Like what? We don't know, man. So they have a traditional website and database. So Aline, your biggest concern is going to be 301 redirects, right? You either need to maintain the exact same URL structure, or you need to be really, really strict about making sure you redirect from old URLs to new URLs. So that's your choice when you're doing something like that where you don't want to mess up SEO. If you maintain the exact same URL structure, then you're good to go. If you're going to be changing that at all, you're going to have a lot of work to do with 301 redirects. Okay, so make sure you do that part. explicitly. That's going to be important. And where did I learn this, Crow? I mean, I used to be a freelancer. So I used to do WordPress sites, Magento sites, things like that for clients. So I had to teach myself at least some of it. Then at the first job I had, that was a client agency in which we did WordPress sites for clients, and upgrading their WordPress sites was a thing. So I learned how to do that with them a bit too. And then since then, I've been doing front ends and haven't had to worry about it except for side projects. So yeah, what are we looking at on screen? Someone created this right here, which is a crawler for Hacker News posted job opportunities. All right, so problems of C and how Zig addresses them.
You just blew my mind.
Had a client with WP Bakery. Oh, come on, Sergey. It's really not that bad. A well-made WordPress site is a thing of beauty, right? That means custom plugins instead of, everything in the kitchen sink plugins, right? Custom post types, all that stuff. Extremely, extremely easy and scalable. Like massively scalable if you set it up right. I've operated WordPress sites that I didn't even have to touch for like 2, maybe 3 years because WordPress was auto-updating and I was like hitting all scale that I needed because of static caching. You can absolutely turn a WordPress site into a static site with just some PHP magic, right? It's just memcache and you're done. Yeah. Yeah. So I just want to say, Sergey, you're judging WordPress for the worst WordPress sites. Could we do the same thing for basically any language and any framework? Yes, we could totally judge React for the worst React sites. We could totally judge Svelte for the worst Svelte sites. But is that actually is that proper? I don't think so. It's disingenuous. Crow, most companies are looking for senior engineers because big tech just got rid of a bunch of senior engineers. So there is a massive amount of senior engineers on the market right now. Right? If you implement the full page static cache for WordPress, whoo, it's as fast as a static site. It's really good. And it's just some PHP config. Oh, I don't know, Crow. I think people are saying that the market's doing well, etc. right now. theoretically, some of these companies, like, look at it this way. Amazon recruiters have started reaching back out to people. I've started seeing a lot more random reach outs, and I don't even have open to work on my LinkedIn profile right now. So I think it was pretty bad for a bit at the beginning of the year, and I think it's gotten a lot better. Like, there was an entire maybe like 6 months where I was barely getting any recruiter emails. They seem to have picked up again. Especially now that I'm not even open to work anymore and I'm still getting some of those spammers. That's how you really know. So Aline, you want to know how to learn how to configure a traditional server? Just do it. It's $5 a month for a DigitalOcean droplet. Or a Linode or whatever, right? Ooh, so Jason, yeah, so remember that the recruiter method is not always the same, like from recruiter to recruiter. There's internal recruiters and external recruiters. External recruiters are typically like you work through the company as a contractor through the recruiting company. Whereas internal recruiters are, yeah, they're like looking to hire you. I believe Amazon has started doing some more of the internal recruiting stuff. But they did let go a lot of that workforce. I believe internal recruiters were some of the first people on the chopping block during the layoffs. And Neon Zombie, how you doing? So yeah, here's some differences, right? So Zig positions itself as a better C, whereas Rust positions itself as a better C++. So yeah, comp time over textual replacement preprocessing. Replacing the text in the source code using preprocessors is not exclusive to C, right? Stuff's been doing it. So yeah, textual replacement pre-processing is the C thing. I'm guessing comp time is the Zig thing. Right? And because C is just a minimal abstraction over assembly, right? Macros could easily just be a bunch of these types of, like, you know, like assembly instructions. Yep. Yeah, so the macro gets redefined. So C will not tolerate such errors. So the parentheses are important. Oh, I didn't know that. Right? But C will totally just, you know, blow up, but it won't even notify you about what it's blowing up for as well, theoretically. So Zig does a thing called comp time. So it's a function during compile time rather than runtime, and it almost makes sense why Zig was able to ship compile time macros so quickly. And I said Zig. Sorry, Bun, because Bun is written in Zig. So it supports comp time pretty much automatically. How does one get a job like that, Cameron? Effort and practice. Oh, the bread, that's what it's doing, right? Because this, like the internal of that, is actually being spread directly to where x is, right? So that would be square 2 plus 3 is 2 plus 3 times 2 plus 3, but without the parentheses, which would give us the wrong error. And yeah, it even says that, and I skipped right over it. Good catch. Okay. Right? That makes a lot of sense, Brad. Yeah, I just didn't read that closely. Interesting. Right, so this didn't need to be parameterized or parenthesized as like the same way because it's just a regular old function, basically. Oh, it is a regular function, and then they just throw comp time into it because this doesn't need to be calculated at runtime anymore. Oh. I really like that. Yeah, that's cool. C has generics now. I didn't know that. That's got to be pretty new, right? Okay. Hold on. The bread. You mean C specifically, not C++? Huh. Yeah, that's cool. I know there was like C99. I wasn't aware of like newer versions of C though. ISO C 2011. Cool. Okay. Oh, is that what the 11 stood for too? Well, what are they going to do when they get to 2099, huh? That's someone else's problem. All right, so memory management and Zig allocators. The fact that you can like define your own Zig allocator is pretty cool. Year 2038, yeah, exactly. So, C has almost no abstraction over memory, which means, yeah, you have full control. That's the pro. The pro is one has full control over memory and can do whatever one wants with it. The con is also that one has full control and, you know, over memory and can do whatever one wants with it. So yeah, that is the exact definition of a double-edged sword. Was it hard to switch to TypeScript from JS? Nope. Because all valid JavaScript is valid TypeScript. You can take all of your JavaScript and copy it into TypeScript and maybe just modify a couple things in your TS config, and it just works. Now, is it the right way to go? Probably not, right? You'll turn on the no implicit any flag and then have a bunch of errors to fix, but it's for your benefit. But you can also just allow implicit any and fix it when you need to. Do we care about memory these days? Yeah, if I write, it depends. Like, really depends on what you're doing and where it matters. For your desktop, probably not that much. As long as you don't have leaks. For your servers, yeah. So Zig theoretically doesn't limit the way you code in the same way that Rust does, right? Because the borrow checker will force you to do things unless you want to do unsafe. And yeah, I've never needed unsafe for anything I do, but I don't typically, you know, I don't typically need to like micro-optimize in that way. In what situations do you need manual memory management? So Sergey, consider this article by Twitch. They called it the memory ballast. Because Golang did not have as robust of a garbage collector as they needed. Or technically, it was too aggressive of a garbage collector. So what was the fix? They added a ballast to memory, where they reserved the memory but didn't allocate it yet, which meant that the garbage collector was tricked into not collecting the RAM, when instead what they really wanted was a memory arena in which they could decide when they want to clean up that RAM. Because the GC pause is usually the biggest thing you would have ever heard about, like, at a Go meetup 5-6 years ago, right? GC pause was the number one topic of any Go meetup every time. So much so that it was basically a meme. Hey, Go was great for us, here's a case study, and then we hit GC pause. Laugh from the crowd, right? Because it was just so common. So sometimes you don't want the garbage collector jumping in at the wrong time. But yeah, this is a very interesting read. It's no longer necessary with Go, because Go introduced the idea of memory arenas, in which you can say, hey, within this arena, I'll handle cleaning things up. Or, when I'm done with it, clean things up. So, $1 billion mistake versus Zig optionals. The $1 billion mistake is null. Does Zig have the concept of null? Yeah, Zig has 0 null references. Null references are, in fact, null. It has optional types, which I really like, and I believe that's a Rust thing, too. Does Rust actually have nil or null? I can't remember now. I don't remember ever using nil or null, but nah. And yeah, there you go, the bread. On devices with only 8K of RAM, yeah, heap allocator might be too much. Is null required? No, right? So Zig has no concept of null. There are plenty of other languages that have also no concept of null. But it doesn't mean they have like nothing else that's similar, right? Because I believe you can still have undefined in some of those languages, which is where it gets even trickier. So pointer arithmetic versus Zig slices. Yeah, so I've never done pointer arithmetic on arrays in the same way. Oh, no, I get that. Oh, yeah. So this is almost like, this is like a Python syntax, isn't it? Right? Like creating a slice from a slice using the ... Yeah, okay, so I get the pointer arithmetic thing now. Yeah, I've done that. I think we did a bunch of that with Cellulife, right? Like Conway's Game of Life, since it's a grid. Pointer arithmetic is one of the easiest ways to do that. Right? Rather than like deeply nested arrays, you can just use pointer arithmetic within one array. So yeah, that makes sense to me. You only know nulls? Yeah. So there's an article, Crow, right? So, $1 billion mistake, null, boom. I'm sure there's maybe a better article, but this one's probably fine. Oh, it's a video? I'm not. Hold on, there's probably a better one. Here we go. So yeah, this is it. So at a software conference in 2009, he apologized for inventing the null reference. I call it my $1 billion mistake. It was the invention of the null reference in 1965. At that time, I was designing the first comprehensive type system for references in an object-oriented language, ALGOL. My goal was to ensure that all use of references should be absolutely safe, with checking performed automatically by the compiler. But I couldn't resist the temptation to put in a null reference, simply because it was so easy to implement. This has led to innumerable errors, vulnerabilities, and system crashes, which have probably caused $1 billion of pain and damage in the last 40 years. Was that the full video? I mean, I'm not watching a video, though. But was it from that conference in 2009? Was that his presentation? Yeah, very smart person. I mean, there are languages that don't have them, though, Crow. Right? And if you can do without it, then you can actually, like, reason about the correctness of your application better. All right, so then, yeah, explicit memory management, blah, blah, blah. Arrays as values. So C defines arrays to be always passed as references. So then you end up creating a wrapper struct to pass the struct instead. In Zig, it just works. And if you want to pass it by reference instead of value, then you make it a reference with the star. Yeah, I like that. All right, let's skip that song. So yep, makes sense. Error handling. I have not really looked at Zig error handling lately. Ah, so this could maybe be an error if it didn't open. But then you would go, no error is maybe error catch 0. So it's almost like a try catch, but it's not. It's just like a... In JavaScript, TypeScript, we would consider that maybe like we would short circuit into 0 or something, right? Null coalescing as well would be an option. So it does have try-catch, but they're actually unrelated to try-catch in other languages. Try is a shortcut for xcatch error return, right? Where you don't really care about handling the error, you just want to bubble it up. And that makes sense. I like this. This is actually clean. Because try-catch in JavaScript, TypeScript, like, you have to manually bubble those up. Unless you just want to let it like throw all the way up. But that gets even trickier once you start dealing with promises and some of that. And yeah, JavaScript, TypeScript, we don't even have proper exceptions. So, yeah, a try-catch will catch every error. I believe this probably does too. I don't see any way that this is like only selecting on a specific error to catch. Which I think is actually a nicer part about some other languages, in which you have like proper exceptions to where you can only choose to catch the one exception you care about and the rest just keep bubbling up. Yeah, Java is one of those. C# is one of those. C++ is also one of those, I think. Right? And then every other exception would just pass on up, right? So yeah, it's pretty cool. I like the semantics of that a bit. A lot of the hatred of try-catch is coming from JavaScript. TypeScript devs that, you know, right? It's not the same thing, so it's just not as clean to handle things. So yeah, everything is an expression. I love that, right? So if return, return, no name, right? This is just, ugh. Now this is an iffy in JS. Right? What is the .fs? Looks almost like PureScript or something, right? Oh, is it F#? Oh, okay, F#. That makes sense. FS, duh. Yeah. Brain wasn't thinking. Right? So here, match is just the expression. Bam. Theoretically, C doesn't enjoy doing this either. But yeah, in Zig, you can assign the resultant of an if to a variable, right? Which is just meaning that this is a statement as an expression, which is the same kind of thing that Rust has as well. And that's a hugely, like, just useful feature. So I really like that one. So yeah, I don't know, interesting. Yes, Crow, but how would you do it for a larger thing, right? I'm talking about, like, how would you do this? You can't, like, if you used a ternary for something like this, we're gonna have some major words to talk about in code review, right? Nested ternaries are never the answer. So a single ternary, sure. I usually prefer not to. I like the semantics of a let something equal and then that. So what you're missing though, Crow, is this is a simple explanation, but here's a more complex one. Right? This right here, display name, is this block and the result of that block. You're not using a ternary for this. You're looking at the simple result and being like, well, I could just do a ternary for that. It's still not the same thing. This is a legitimate if, right? Yeah, if-else expressions, match expressions as well. Like, oh man, yeah, amazing. So this right here, this is really good. Now, I'd prefer a match syntax instead of a block syntax, but whatever. I've seen worse. And what up, Frosty? How you doing? So match syntax is what we just saw here in the F#. This is a pattern matching syntax. So I would say match first name, last name. If sum, meaning X is there and Y is there, then we combine those two. If we have the first name but not the last name, we just do X. If we don't have the first name but do have the last name, we do Y, and then finally we do this, right? And yeah, it's like a switch on steroids. Yeah. So match statements, pattern matching, etc. One of my favorite language features. I really enjoyed it from Elixir, but Rust has it as well. You get something similar with Go's switch statement. I don't remember if it's quite as strong, but it's definitely stronger than like a JavaScript switch. But yeah, right? So these kinds of syntaxes, very clean, because it's just an expression. It's going to evaluate the thing being returned from the block. Having to do the break thing is weird to me, though, so I don't necessarily like that. And hey, what's up, Sean? Nice. Ooh. So the way that Twitch represents that is actually like a double kappa. They're actually encoding that differently. Which means that we could probably figure out how to send that directly through Twitch. They would probably escape it. They would probably escape it. Yeah, there'd have to be some type of, like, that kappa modified with another kappa in some way. But just doing them right after each other won't do it. Right? Yeah, so that's definitely not it. There's some, like, joining character that we just don't pick up on. In before Jason does 4 of them. Yeah, I know your tricks. See, that one's fine because I haven't replaced that emote. So yeah, that was a good post. Let's finish up this Reddit crawl, or not Reddit crawl, this news crawl. It's been going a bit long. So yeah, Foundation seems cool, and this person even points out that they have a YouTube video in which they explain they built some kind of simulator for the database before they even built the database, which is weird. And hey, interesting, Jason, that one worked. There it is. All right. Damn right, Jason. Yeah, you read the article before you read the comments? What planet are you from? Yes, this is a good point. Goodreads wasn't the future of book reviews. It was just a good review site that might have innovated great new things or might not have at all. But regardless, Amazon should never have been allowed to acquire it. It was incredibly anti-competitive. Amazon never wanted to do anything with Goodreads at all, as demonstrated by the fact that it hasn't done anything. It was purely a defensive move to prevent anyone else from acquiring or partnering with Goodreads, because their database of books and reviews could be used to instantly start competing with Amazon's book business. Amazon snuffed out that threat of competition in an instant. Yeah, interesting. Oh, so someone made a game. This is pudding.cool as well, so they do amazing data analysis stuff. This is the same group that looked at like the gender discrepancies in country music, about how you basically won't hear back-to-back female musicians on any country station, except for maybe like once or twice a day or something like that, and it's usually at off-peak hours. Whereas if you're only hearing back-to-back women, you know, I think the number was like 10%. I forget. There was some number of back-to-back plays. Women made up like 10% of those. I don't know. It was a good article. I'm sure it's over on pudding.cool. Boom. So yeah, if you're curious about the weirdness in representation in country music, check it out. They even go and link to another one that looks at the prevalence of country music songs that talk about trucks and beer, which is like 80%. They also did the analysis of the largest vocabulary in hip-hop. That's also on the site somewhere, too. It's a little older. All right, so let's start this. Where do we think that is? I'm going to guess Pennsylvania. I'm going to guess out near Pittsburgh-ish. I'm 109 miles away. It is a bit like GeoGuessr, yeah. Yeah, we can't make out any of the text on there. So, hold on. I guessed that, and we're looking at 100 miles. $106. Okay, so I think we just triangulated. Now we have to figure out if it's that direction or that direction. And I'm really proud of the fact that I could recognize what a Pittsburgh location looks like. So if that is 200 miles, then it's the other direction. Okay. $85? What? I have family that lives near Pittsburgh, and I used to live in Jersey. I've lived all over. If number 1 was 100, number 2 was 100, that was 139. I think I just need to guess, like, the center of Pittsburgh? What the fuck? No, I guess that's right. How? Okay. What? Yeah, scale was there. Okay. Yeah, I guess I was misreading the scale. That was my problem. Damn it. I was close enough, though. Damn. Alright. See you tomorrow. But it's a daily game. We could look at the previous one, too. Just for fun. Ooh. So where are we thinking with this? I'm thinking somewhere like Ohio? But possibly more like Boston? I'm thinking like old buildings, though. Where do y'all think? This is a cool game, though. I like this. I'm gonna guess near Boston. $2,000 miles. Okay. So that would mean maybe closer down this way. But it's like older stuff. We saw the bowler hat. If we're looking at 2,000 miles, I'm gonna guess Colorado. 1,000 miles. Okay, okay. Oh, yeah, okay, okay. So this is probably closer to somewhere in, like, the Nodeck. 7-Eleven, Southern Pacific Railroad. If we're looking at 700, we'll try there. Closer. Carlson's, hold on. Blue Point Diner, Carlson's. All right, so this is our last one. Let's just guess somewhere in Nevada. Ooh, it was Oregon? Ooh. I don't know why, the number didn't seem right to me. When I clicked Boston, it was only 2,500. I thought it was like 3,000 all the way across. All right, so I've been rounding up for ages. Ah, this is fun though. Yeah. So, cool shit. I believe Pudding.cool is just hoping to make this as large and popular as 2048 so they can sell it to the New York Times. Right? Isn't that the dream? I'm pretty sure that's the dream. Alright, and then boom, I don't even know what domaining is. Okay, so it's like, yeah. So, squatting is really what it is. Domain name speculation. It's squatting, right? With no anticipation of a business or use for it, you're just buying it like it's fucking real estate. It's squatting. What were the identifiers? Well, I was way off with the Oregon one, but I probably should have read something with it. I just didn't see any mountains in the background. The Pennsylvania one, though, like, the houses looked really familiar. Like, I don't know, there's just, like, Western Pennsylvania has, like, a really specific style of, like, rural house. And West Virginia, I guess, is really close to that. I've never been to West Virginia, so I was guessing. But pretty much just, like, some of that, like, Appalachian style, like, stuff. I didn't think it was going to be, like, that close to, like, downtown Pittsburgh, so I was off with, like, getting as close as I was. Because when you're at, like, in, like, the Pittsburgh area, even, like, the townships outside, everything is really close together, and the roads are super narrow. And that was also another giveaway. That bridge that was there was most likely, like, an old bridge for, like, much narrower vehicles. Possibly, like, carriages, etc. Right, so you're gonna run into a lot of, like, narrower roads in some of that, like, older built East Coast stuff. Yeah. So yes, this person right here, right? So they have mixed feelings about domaining. I don't know, right? So this person's been way overcharged for domains they wanted, and also bought a few explicitly to sell. I've never bought a domain explicitly to sell it. I just don't believe in that type of prospecting. I find it gross. It's not just like real estate. it's squatting. Right? The cost to return is just insane. So most discourse over domaining never seems to give a credible defense of what domainers do. What they do feels like being gouged for an entry on a database somewhere. But is there value, right? I'm not sure. I don't think so. But this person's going to try. Because technically, you know, playing some devil's advocate is a good way to understand someone who thinks differently. So it's just like real estate. Most domainers will retort that domaining is no different than real estate speculation. You buy some asset in an area that you think will grow, sit on it for a while until the growth happens, and then sell it. So I'd like to note two things. One, this is still not good and is pretty obviously rent-seeking behavior. Right? Another industry doing a similarly shitty thing is not really a good defense for what you're doing. You got your horse? Hell yeah, James. Hell yeah. Yeah, let's crack them bottles. Woo! In fact, I could pour a beverage here in a minute. Yeah, why not? Right when we finish the news crawl. And wait, Weedham boys, what's impressive? The fact that I could recognize some, like, you know, Pennsylvania-style, like, areas? Or the fact that I've never bought a domain to try and flip it? Oh, you're done with work for the day. Ah, you got the horse yesterday. Okay. Yeah. That's right. I think you might have even said so. I don't remember. But you're done with work for the day. So yeah, man, I'm looking forward to playing some games here in a few hours. Hell yeah. And technically, it's not like real estate speculation at all, other than the rent-seeking part. Both are reasons to celebrate. Hell yeah. Oh, makes sense, Weedham boys. I mean, I was way off with the Oregon one. But technically, there's a lot of, like, rundown, like, towns in Oregon. So, yeah, I probably should have been able to recognize some of that more. Hell yeah, stacking. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, I don't think I can go quite as late because I want to wake up early enough tomorrow morning for the charity stream. But yeah, let's start those new characters. That was fun. I'm going to guess that Robotic Head probably doesn't have the day off. I don't think he works for a US company. So, yeah. If Worm's around, then we got 4. Yeah, James, I've never done a charity stream. I figured 4th of July was a good time for it. So yeah, domains have near zero recurring costs. Sure, there's the initial purchase and then the $12 to $80 depending on top level domain, whatever, right? But that's it. Like, the costs do not justify, right? With real estate, dude, all sorts of upfront costs, property tax, etc. Yep. Average people don't care about dead domains. Right? So yeah. Average people don't actually care about a dead domain. What if your localcities.com is taken, right? Or being squatted? Or redirecting to an awful, like, landing page that's just an ad thing, right? It's annoying, it's bad, but most people just will Google their thing, and then they'll have the history, and they'll just enter it, and they'll be done. So, Shelia, the joke there is that the Namecheap CEO threatened to sue me on Twitter. I think that is pretty much a really good barometer of someone worth actually, like, considering, right? We just saw someone threaten libel against Mewtwo, like, earlier today or yesterday, right? It's actually a really good barometer of, does this person have any touch on reality? I've heard really good things about Scylla. I've never used it, though, Dicey, so I'm not sure. But Ashelia, I've heard people recommend Pork Bun. I've heard people recommend Gandhi. I believe, technically, Amazon, if you, like, order a domain through Amazon, it's actually just going through Gandhi. So either one of those are probably fine. I would consider those to probably be stable enough and not shady enough to, like, matter. Neither of them have a CEO that's threatened to sue me, at least. You know? I did buy a new camera, yes. Yeah, this is higher res. Am I in focus, actually? Yeah, I think we're good. Build another Keeb with a white shell with purple caps. What color accents to go with? Oh, I don't know, stacking. Ah. They didn't try to sue me. He threatened to sue me. He implied a lawsuit. Through multiple tweets. So he didn't actually do so, unless I get some letter in the mail. But I doubt it. Cloudflare is another one I've heard highly recommended. They just don't do .dev domains, which is a bummer. Yeah, Jonestown. It was incredibly weird and shady. The Namecheap CEO does a lot of stuff on Twitter. Yeah, I would say consider Pork Bun or Gandhi for the .devs. Cloudflare, I believe, is eventually going to support .dev as well. But I just don't know if they do it yet. They, like, you know, they even said it's coming, but I just don't know when it's coming. Now, keep in mind, Ashelia, you might be able to leave the .devs for a bit and then transfer them when you're ready, because I don't imagine that Squarespace is going to kill those domains. It's just a transfer of, like, the business. So there is no, like, exploding timer, right? You can migrate when you see fit. So at that point, it might be worth waiting for Cloudflare to support .dev. Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. I don't have a horse in the race for any of them. I think it would be really cool to start a proper 501c3 nonprofit for domain registration in the similar way that Let's Encrypt is a proper 501c3 as well. And I think it should actually be the exact same way that Let's Encrypt was done as well, right? It's a bunch of companies pooling their resources together to create this thing that can operate in perpetuity without them having their fuzzy little hands in it, right? A proper 501c3 domain registrar that all of the big providers push towards, that is the move. Like, that's just the way to go. So yeah, basically we need a Let's Encrypt for domains. If the Let's Encrypt Foundation, etc. wants to do that, then that's a win-win, right? Because then the domain registration, there's like, it's hitting their own stuff to do the who-is. Maybe a Shelia. Well, keep in mind, the 501c3 would still be non-profit, right? But they'd still be paying the icon fees, right? I don't think there's a way to get around the icon fees. All I'm saying is there's no major corporation reaping any profit from this thing. And I believe Cloudflare does it at no profit as well. But it'd still be nice to not have a single corporate overlord. Just in case, right? So yeah, one of the things, domainers provide a marketplace. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know about that. Ooh, that sounds pretty sacking. But just remember, like, polished metal gets scuffed real quick. Yeah, Let's Encrypt doing it and calling it Let's Register. Yeah, it'd be awesome. That'd be really cool. I think Let's Encrypt is the currently existing entity that would be best to do so. But, you know, if they don't want to do it, then someone could do it. Just rally a couple companies, create a, you know, a committee of some kind to help operate this thing, and then bam, it basically just runs itself. Oh, there you go. Yeah, let me check this out real quick. Looks nice. Keep in mind, you might consider for the cost getting something split, though. Right? It's totally up to you. I'm not trying to tell you what you do. But, yeah, like, hitting anything close to that cost range, there's splits that might fill that void for you. If you don't like splits, then, yeah, don't worry about it. But, yeah, just pointing that out. Once you're getting up towards that cost range, it gets trickier. Never had a split? You'd hate to get a cheap one for trying? So I would think, like, if you can find a good, cheap enough split, it's probably worth it just for, like, just seeing if you even like, you know, having your arms, like, movable side to side this way, like, you know, shoulder-wise. You know, I'd say a cheap one might be worth it. So yeah, the domain market maybe just needs some regulation. I could see that. Right, so the domain needs to either be developed and doing something or fairly priced. That's it. Right, doesn't bother me that I can't buy google.com. They've earned it. Right? Even a smaller domain that has an actual business running on it, it's a fair exchange. But the ones that do nothing with it, oof. Right? So, yeah, land taxes prevent squatting on it too long. Yeah, domain parking should be illegal. Yeah, I agree with that. So that would probably be the value. But then how do you assess the development of a domain? Well, does one of those ad-infested landing pages count? That's where it gets trickier. Icon has all of your information and knows who has registered these things. They could impose an increasing amount of fee for the amount of domains you hold. Someone holding 1,000 pays an extra 1,000 a year because of it, maybe, right? Or an extra 10%, which is what that would be. Sure, right? Oh, if you're only holding 100, well then, yeah, you're paying an extra 1%. Like, these numbers are just made up, but there could be some extra tax associated, and that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, I think Keychron has a good one. So yeah, that's the end of the crawl. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, domaining. Pretty gross. Let's see what people are saying over here. So hold on, yeah, Keychron keyboard split. Yeah, see, like, that's still pretty spendy. There was a cheaper one. Like, even a Kinesis Freestyle 2, it doesn't have, like, the nicest caps or switches or any of that. But it's not a terrible, terrible deal to just, like, see if you like the idea of the split or not. Now, hold on. So yeah, right? One of these, probably not a terrible idea. Then you can at least decide if you like the idea of doing it, if it helps your, you know, joints, etc. There used to be some much cheaper ones. Yeah, I got a Mistel Baracco. I got, like, the low-profile one. Meh. Yeah, I had the low-profile one, which I just don't like the switches, but other than that, they're not bad. I know there used to be, like, a cheaper, like, off-brand one. Hold on. Yeah. Oh man, this one looks kind of fun. It's got the knob and everything. Dude, this looks like a good little cheap hot swappable RGB. Yeah. Yeah, the Kinesis is probably the cheapest you'll get. There was another one that looked a little better though. The Microsoft Ergo, yeah, they're not bad. I just don't like the ones that are, like, joined together splits. I like the, you know, like, separatable split. Because you can, like, change your angles and everything. I don't know, I like it. Here you go. Yeah. So this one looks a little better. I'm trying to remember, like, I thought it was a Keychron, too. A lot of these aren't going to have, like, nice switches in them, though. Which is kind of the problem. Yeah. Oh, that's a cool cap, but holy shit. $117 for one cap? I'm in the wrong business. Holy shit. I know, right? Holy shit. Does it type for you? Yeah, exactly. Alright, so we're getting towards the price range that's just... yeah, past what I was thinking already. Gold Touch wasn't it. It was like a very specific looking design. And I just can't find it now. Maybe they just don't sell them anymore. Yeah, we're past the point where I thought it would probably be, so I don't think it's them. I don't think it's on here anymore. Which kind of sucks. I wish I'd bought it back then, because I really liked the design. I just don't remember who made it. It looked a little bit like that. But yeah, we're already past like the price point that I was looking for, so that's it. Oh, this has those like chiclet keys too. Oh, this looks terrible. Hell no. Don't do that. Not worth it. Never mind. So hold on, wait. Keychron. I think it is a Keychron thing. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. Whoops. Yeah, it looks like they don't even make a split series anymore. Yeah, I think it was a Keychron that made it, or that, like, it was a Keychron, but I don't think they make it anymore. Yeah, so Keychron no longer makes that split. It probably didn't sell very well. Oh, was it a custom? No, you're good, you're good. Sorry, Ryu. There you go. Yeah, I can get the link still. Did you find it? I think you both found it, right? Oh, there's a Q8 as well? No. So that's not it. Like, I was talking like a split with like two actual separate sections. Ryu said maybe the Q11, but I think it's still like a similar thing. But they put it over in the custom part, huh? So maybe I was just looking in the wrong section? Oh, there you go. So that's definitely not the one, but that one looks good. That one looks really good, actually. Yeah, those caps look awesome, too. Dude, this one looks really good. Yeah, spherical caps? Nice. OSA. I don't have any OSA yet. It's not too much for a keyboard, as long as you can treat it right. Because how much are your wrists worth? Yeah, for trialing, it's too expensive, for sure. Yeah. Right, like, I love this split that I got right here. I got Scrabble caps on it. I got a fidget spinner cap. Ooh. No, I get it still, Ryu, but you have to look at it as an investment. I know, the spinner key is pretty good. In the same way, Ryu, that your chair, $1,000 chair is worth more than $1,000. right? Because your back is worth more than $1,000. Right? Your neck, your arms, everything. Like, yeah. Yep. So yeah, Cloud9 Ergo looked actually pretty decent. Yeah, good call, Ashelia. That one was cheaper. But this one actually has like really expensive caps on it. Like, yeah, you'll spend easily $100 on these caps alone. So this is actually a really damn good deal. Right? That profile made out of PBT, these are expensive ass caps. The Digma looks cool too. Yeah, the Digma Rays or whatever. But yeah, I get you, like, James. It's just, yeah, hard to justify spending $200. Yeah, I can't do it either, so don't worry about it. Okay, so yeah, what's everyone up to? Oh yeah, QMK is open source firmware. Yep, that's pretty cool. You don't need like the Logitech configuration software. Any of that BS? Yeah. Typing on mobile right now? Nice, standard. Alright, so let me grab a soda, because I have an extra soda from golfing yesterday. Oh, buddy. And holy shit, I am so damn sore. Woo, like, oh, my forearm right here is on fire from golfing. Like, holy shit, dude. Oof. Oof. My back. My hips. Man, I haven't gone for like a full round of golf in over a year. Topgolf does not exercise the body as much. Oh, and sorry, Dicey. I think you asked that same question a minute ago, right? I'm not missing someone else doing it? Oh no, Bangster, we did do 18 holes. We didn't go to Inner Bay, we went to Willows. And we did a twilight starting at 6 at Willows. We got the cart and we rallied. We were with a group, like with 2 other people, they were walking. And it was like getting dark enough to where they're like, yeah, we're just gonna get like 2 more and then we're done. And we were just like, well, we're gonna hook this way and just rally. And we started doing like rally golf, like real fast. It got so late though, that by the end, it was extremely dark. I managed to not lose my golf ball on the last par 5 when it was like basically pitch dark. That is my biggest takeaway of like a win from that day, from that golf day. I didn't lose my golf ball on that last hole. Yeah, it was so fun. I lost plenty of golf balls before that, for sure. Possibly too many. Most of them were Costco balls. Those don't matter. Oh, it just depends. So I mean, I go for the Costco balls, especially if I'm like hitting off the tees, or like, you know, driver stuff. I mean, Titleist Pro V1s are amazing. I love when I find them. I found one yesterday, so now I have 3. And I basically never hit them. I'll occasionally tee off with, you know, some throwaway ball and then replace it with a ball I actually like for, like, the approach and stuff. So I'll even use, like, found balls off the tee and then just throw down, like, a good new ball for, like, the more fun part. Yeah, I mean, I'm not an amazing golfer, so I'm gonna lose golf balls. Craig, who I was playing with yesterday, is really good. Michael, another person I know from Seattle JS and stuff, he's really good. I know, I'm so bummed on that, Freebly. I wish I'd stocked up. That would have been amazing. Oh, that would have been good. But still, like, the Costco balls are a decent rate. Like, they're not bad. What I actually want to end up doing is... it would be really cool. You're right, they're not, like, amazingly priced, but they're still pretty cheap and still, like, a decent quality ball. But man, just imagine if you could take your phone and someone else could have a phone and you could use the same tech that Topgolf uses to actually, like, find your balls afterwards. That would be really cool. And yeah, stacking. Topgolf is really fun. If you end up making it out to TwitchCon, they've got a Topgolf in Vegas. I'd love to organize a group to go to Topgolf. I'd love to do that. That'd be amazing. But yeah, that'd be so cool, especially for night golfing, Jonestown. Right? Or not like night, but like, you know, twilight, like dark. That'd be sick. That'd be super good. Now, what would your cost be for a ball? Like, bare minimum, probably like 50 cents a ball at massive volume. Like, at the volume that Topgolf is doing it. So, for a smaller company, it'd be at like $1, $1.50. So you'd charge a premium of like $3 or $4 a ball. Which is pretty reasonable compared to the fact that, like, if you're buying balls at the pro shop, you're paying $4 to $5 a ball anyway. Yeah, Twilight Golf is the best. You're, like, paying half the rate because they expect you're not going to finish. Yeah, I love it. I used to have, like, some snowboard friends that were renting a house on the golf course down at Mount Hood, and they were right on a par 3, and, like, the shortest par 3, so I had these glow-in-the-dark balls, and we'd just go smash them. And it was great. Like, just, yeah, super fun. But okay, so we're getting into the code stuff. I know we took a really long, news crawl today. But it's a holiday for me at least, so yeah, I think it's worth it. I believe our config right here. Boom, we get validated, we got no changes to publish. Cool. We could add one, bam, hey, let's go publish, right? Must accept these changes. I'm almost thinking I want to make these bigger because they don't seem prominent enough. And like the accept all, reject all is trickier. I know. Why don't I move the circle and the reset, accept all, reject all buttons to the bottom? And yeah, Shelly, I think I said thank you for the sub. I really hope I did. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Aziz, how you doing over there in the other land? What you up to? Yeah, sorry about that, Ashelia. I think I totally forgot. I thought about it really hard. I acknowledged your will do thanks comment. I didn't actually acknowledge the sub though. Ooh, so Jonestown, I'm thinking as part of like sponsored content tomorrow, we can brainstorm some of the next YouTube videos. I think that'd be fun. I want to do one about ASTs. I want to do one about feature flags. I want to do one about like JavaScript macros. Right? So I got 3 like major like content videos to make. I also have some other like fuzzier ones to make about like the softer side. But I don't want to be like, oh, he only does the softer side videos. I want to release like technical stuff too. Yeah, damn right, standard. Calputer, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Jonestown, they're gonna be good videos. Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm thinking the AST one should come before the macro one, because the macro one is basically like AST related. But really, I can reference either one from either one. So Rashid, what do you mean by how do I implement feature flags? Are you asking about me specifically and how Vexilla does it, or are you asking about just like feature flagging in general? In general. Okay, perfect. So, the best way to do actual feature flags is they have to be evaluated at runtime. Meaning that they need to be completely independent of your actual build process. And the reason for that is, in many cases, a build process and releasing to production, it takes time. If you're at a place where releasing to production is fast, well then yeah, you can just change something and push it up. But I've worked at a company that released multiple times per day to production. But the process was a PR to dev, right? So that's creating the PR for the development environment, which is a branch. That gets approved, goes through PRs, or it goes through like the CI/CD process. So it has to actually pass CI/CD first before it can even be merged. And our CI/CD was like 20 minutes. Once we merged in, then it would have to build and ship up to the dev environment, and someone would have to then validate it within the dev environment. Then it would have to get made a pull request to staging, same process, let it build, then approve it within the dev environment, then up to prod, same process, let it build, then you gotta like validate it in the prod environment. So you're looking at easily an hour and a half from creating that first PR to getting people to review it and help it through the pipeline, because you have the checks and balances that you can't just jam it through, right? Someone has to approve it other than you, blah, blah, blah. That whole process is easily an hour and a half. Meanwhile, a feature flag is basically however often you're fetching those flags at runtime. So you could have a timer going every 5 minutes and you're fine. 5 minutes is way better than 90 minutes. And yeah, stacking, I was actually talking about like best case. That's where like the person you needed to review was available to get it pushed through to the next environment at the moment that you expected it. Right? Ugh. Now consider that that is actually like a best case scenario for a lot of large companies. The worst case scenario is a mobile app, where you might be looking at easily a week before your change makes it into the App Store and people have actually downloaded that update. Easily up to a week, just because of the download the update lag. But there's also, it has to be approved through the App Store. They might have some changes to make. The approval is easily like a day. You make a change, submit again, then another day. They have another change, you make a change, submit it like easily up to a week. And if you're working at a company, well yeah, if you don't get that done and it's like approved and in the store by Friday, then you got another 3 days to wait, right? Like it's a process. So mobile is like the #1 use case for feature flags, for things that you want to enable or disable within your app remotely without having to deal with the deploy process. So that's the main gist, Rashid. So you need some type of runtime client running within your application, fetching data remotely from wherever, right? And then it gets that data and decides whether that flag is off or on for that user. Does that help? Did that explain it a bit there, Rashid? Right, and Google is the fast one. That's the crazy part, Jonestown. Google is fast compared to Apple, which is even worse, right? Like, oh my God. Yeah. I've easily seen an app with basically just some copy changes take a week to release because the new reviewer was different than the reviewer that allowed it through before. So, like, you didn't even change the functionality that got approved the first time, but the new reviewer sees something that the first person didn't catch, and you got to fix that even though that's not what you changed between releases. Like, it gets super annoying for iOS. Why the pipeline takes 20 minutes? So npm install, 30 seconds minimum. Unit testing, couple minutes. The build, maybe 3 to 5 minutes. The unit testing, another minute and a half on that build. The end-to-end tests end up being another large part of that, right? Linting as well, right? So your build, right? Your pipeline taking 20 minutes is not just your build time, it's your testing time. It's all these other services that need to like work together to assure like code quality. You got to run prettier over the whole entire code base maybe to at least validate whether someone ran prettier over the code base. If there's a change introduced, then someone didn't run prettier and maybe we just fail it out. Right? There's all sorts of processes where if you're doing this at a large company, that's just it. I'm sorry. Yeah, container build time, linting, end-to-end tests. End-to-end tests are the longest part of most build processes. But look at it this way. Mixer, back in the day, took a half hour to build. Just build. Not even run the end-to-end tests. Just building. Whoa. Right? Large applications are a problem. So what's Mixer? Mixer was like the old Twitch competitor owned by Microsoft. I know. Y'all might be memeing. I don't know. And stacking is hitting on like the nail on the head, right? Your end-to-end testing might only use Chrome. That's actually not a complete test. You should probably be running concurrent tests with different browsers, right? Which means you're going to be testing Safari, Firefox, and Chrome to make sure you have enough of like the boxes checked, because they don't treat things the same way. So a thing that works in Chrome might not work in Safari, and I can tell you one exact case where that's true. In Safari, trying to access local storage in a private instance will silently fail rather than throw an error. So you can try and write to local storage in Safari, and you get 0 error. It acts like it was totally successful and succeeded. No big deal. And then you go to actually read that value, and it's just not there. Yeah, exactly, Rashid. I knew someone who told me that bug. I believe they solved that one when fixing some of Twitch's stuff back in the day. Right? Because this was a person that was there for like Twitch's migration from Ember to React. That same person is the one that told me about this bug, and I believe it came from their experience with Twitch. So yeah, just saying. Y'all probably should have been on the Ember bandwagon early, because some of the conversion topics from Ember to other things were really interesting and valuable. In the same talk in which someone told me about that, well, not the same thing, sorry, the Safari thing came up in just conversation. Their presentation from that same meetup was basically, during the migration from Ember to React, one of the big reasons Twitch did that, again, for hiring, major win, but one of the biggest reasons was GraphQL support, especially back in like 2016, 2017. React had the best GraphQL support of any framework just due to the libraries built, Apollo, etc. They were able to take 70 plus HTTP requests on the homepage for Twitch and turn it into 2. 70 plus HTTP requests dealing with your browser's waterfall of how many requests you can make concurrently versus 2. Now, granted, this is a while ago. I'm sure they've gotten worse because, bloat will happen. Dog will hunt. But still, right? That's a huge win. If y'all don't actually remember or understand, browsers, especially mobile browsers, have a limit on how many concurrent connections they make to a single domain. I believe it's 6. Desktop might be 10. So that actually means that you're gonna have to cascade these requests waterfall-wise before you can actually finish loading that homepage. So Rashid, the complexity didn't vanish, but the waterfall did. Right? That's the important part. You're no longer requiring a waterfall. All that stuff can be fetched in parallel, or at least most of it can. Some of it might have been waterfall still on the data fetching side, but the browser, no matter what, even if the data was completely unrelated and you could fetch them all in parallel, the browser wouldn't let you unless you pulled shenanigans of spinning up a subdomain in multiple things and doing some weird round robin subdomain bullshit. Right? So it's not necessarily that box dirty, but this is to work around a very, very clear and obvious constraint of the front end towards scalability. Because the front end would impose 6 to 10 requests at a time max. HTTP 2 and HTTP 3 are meant to fix that problem, but it doesn't go away. It just makes it better. So yeah, I don't know, it's a really cool history, very interesting. Okay, cool. Had to make sure we're still on White Bat Audio's copyright safe music. Anyone over on YouTube, how is the audio mix? Let me know. And I might start doing it to where maybe we just don't release the music to YouTube. And then I can play whatever I want. And yeah, James Plays GM, Mr. Sir, are you still out there? I just poured one. I didn't cheers you yet, though. If you bounced off to the to that pub nearby, I'd understand. Do I ever play Stream Beats? I think I did for a bit. I also used Pretzel.rocks at one point as well, and paid for the stream safe. I think I'm still paying for Pretzel.rocks. I like what they're doing, so I don't mind paying them $10 a month. I like the value they provide. I think it's really cool. At this point, there are certain things I pay for just to vote with my money. I'm still paying for fucking Gamefly, I think. Just because I really like what they do. It's something that supports people in rural areas that couldn't possibly download a 60 gigabyte game in any reasonable amount of time. Right? So I really, really enjoy what Gamefly provides. Keep in mind, I used to be a snowboard bum, and I got plenty of stuff for free through illicit means. It's past statute of limitations at this point. But I do feel compelled to give back when I can now. So I'm more than happy to like buy games, etc., buy music, buy things that I wouldn't. Especially if I think the money actually goes somewhere, rather than to some fucking record label. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Box dirty, yep. Yeah, he had to delete games often to then download new ones, and then he'd have to like get them gone. Like, yeah, man, it's like crazy. We still live in a world where there are people that do not have high bandwidth internet connections. Like, here in the USA, there are people that don't have broadband. It's gnarly. Worm was actually in an area that didn't have broadband. There you go, yeah. Like, dude, it's gnarly. Mm-hmm. And James. Cheers. In Florida. See, like, you wouldn't even expect Florida. Florida seems like, oh yeah, like it's, you know, it's not even that big of a state. Like, sure, they've got to have broadband everywhere. But no, there's places in Florida that they're like backwater. Florida's actually like crazy. It's like the exact opposite of like the US in general. The further south in Florida you go, the more like liberal and like city-like you get. And the further north you are, the more like country bumpkin you get. It's like super weird. It's like the only state that works that way. No, Florida is not very rich, Rashid. It's only Miami and like that southern area near like Disney. Like most of Florida, especially due to gerrymandering, votes Republican for the exact reason that they're not at like near any big city or anything. So Southeast and Miami. Wait, I thought, do I have it wrong? I thought Miami was Southeast for some reason. Is Miami on the inside of the peninsula? Is it Southwest instead? I must have that backwards. Oh, okay, you meant Southwest. Okay, yeah, Miami's on the outside there, right? And then Naples is like Southwest, but still like the farther south you get in Florida, the more modern you get, which is weird. It's like the exact opposite of like the rest of the country. Yep. And yeah, essentially Disney. But it's also why, like due to gerrymandering, Florida is technically a Republican state, right? If you look at population density, etc., it isn't. But gerrymandering, etc., have changed that. All right, so before we get too far along into like, I think we're at the point where I need to actually start doing the client library stuff, which means we're gonna dig into some JavaScript, TypeScript today. And as the client stuff goes, yeah, that means I'm gonna have to start porting if anyone hasn't seen all the clients that I've made for Vexilla, we're going to be writing all of these languages at some point within the next week or so. So we're going to start with JSTS because that is the common case. And from there, I'll start taking votes. And eventually we'll even make a Zig client, because why not? Why not? Don't tempt me with a good time. And what's up, Xylan? How you doing? No worries, Ashelia. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, thank you for contributing awesomely to the conversation. Thank you for being one of the many pink-colored names. That's all I see in my chat overlay right now, or in my chat window. All I see are pink names, which is funny. If y'all had similarly length names, then I'd be screwed. I wouldn't be able to even read. I'd be calling you all the same person at this point. I'd just be saying, what up, MX Pink? Okay, hold up. I just had an amazing idea. So y'all know how, like, they've been making, like, remakes or inspired films that are similar to films that were, like, mainly male-focused, but they've made, like, the female-focused version, right? Ocean's whatever, right? Like, the female cast version versus, like, the original cast version. The Ghostbusters female cast version versus the original cast version. I am really, really looking forward to an all-female cast version of Reservoir Dogs. That would be fucking amazing. That'd be so fucking... like, they can't pull punches, and Tarantino would have to direct it. But that'd be fucking good, wouldn't it? Like, I want, like, a full-on, like, shot-for-shot remake, basically. That'd be so fucking good. Oh, I want to know who you'd get to play who. Who would you get to play who? Reservoir Dogs. It's a Tarantino film. I would absolutely be the first one in line at a theater that did an all-female Reservoir Dogs directed by Quentin Tarantino. Oh, that'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Oh, that'd be amazing. It'd have to be like a word-for-word, shot-for-shot remake. And I'd be into it. I'd be there for it. Who would you get to play Mr. Blonde? Ooh, right? Like, the casting would be fun in and of itself. Who would play Mr. Pink? Which is where my comment came from, right? It'd be Ms. Pink. Or Miss. Who here wouldn't watch a full-on, perfectly done, shot-for-shot remake of Reservoir Dogs with an all-female cast? Directed by Quentin Tarantino. That'd be amazing. Yeah. Nah, I don't think Quentin Tarantino has an account, right? I think this is a good tweet. I'm proud of this. I need y'all to submit. James, yes. Please reply to that tweet with your casting. I am really curious. This is a really good idea. Hollywood, money please. So yeah, Ms. White, Kate Blanchett, Ms. Orange, Brie Larson, okay. Ms. Blonde, Charlize Theron. Charlize Theron doing like the dance to Stuck in the Middle with You, right? Cutting the ear off. I could see it. I could totally see it. Ms. Pink, Sarah Paulson. Okay, I could see it. Oh yeah, for sure. And she's somewhat cold, you know? Right? No one looks at Charlize Theron and thinks, oh, she's such a warm individual. It's never happened. Right? Like, totally. Ms. Pink, Gwyneth Paltrow? You're just doing that because of the whole, like, rock thing? Aren't you? Like the stone thing? Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I think that's a little too on the nose. It lacks nuance. Oh, Guy from Mars, which Twitter drama? The one about the person threatening to sue Mewtwo? Or the one about Namecheap guy threatening to sue me? There's a bit of drama out there. I believe at this point, Twitter and drama are the same word. The Netflix thing? Yeah. The fact that she's just trying to, like, dunk on people in her tweets, like, is that really what you're looking for from someone trying to give you career advice? Right? The main thing is, have you ever heard me really give that much career advice? Maybe, but I'm not charging people money for it. Yeah, there's just something inherently gross in the monetized advice category. I don't know, man. I don't like people that charge money for, like like, mentorship thing either, you know? Yeah, exactly, guy. Like, super weird. Super weird. But I was very particular in my phrasing to make sure I don't get threatened to get sued. Is she subtweeting me now too? I haven't looked. Like, I don't give a shit. All right, so yeah, let's actually dig into the clients for this thing. And hold up, I saw someone like my tweet, but I don't know who it was. Shit. Yeah, when is Twitter gonna fix this whole, like, T dot dot dot, C dot 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 stuff? Like, it's super annoying, man. And did I say Twitter? I meant Discord, sorry. When is Discord gonna fix that shit with the names? Like, it's extremely annoying. So in Discord, when someone locks down their, like, global, like, domain name, you end up seeing C dot 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 instead of CM Griffing. Hold up, I'll show it on screen real quick. I'm curious about this. Am I the only one seeing this? Is there some setting I gotta check? Is it a streamer only thing? Is it because I'm in streamer mode? Really? Oh, is it streamer mode? So Coden, are you in streamer mode as well? Okay. That makes sense. So you're also in streamer modes. Okay, that's it. That's it exactly. Okay. Yeah, real quick, let me just show you so that y'all don't think I'm crazy for that reason, right? I know y'all think I'm crazy. That's a different thing, right? But yeah, it's the C dot dot dot, right? Yeah, A dot dot dot, right? It's super weird, man. Yeah, so I didn't even realize that. Okay, that makes more sense. Right, like what if someone has an offensive name? So that's watch.dev. Yeah, hold on. So yeah, watch.dev is really cool. It's like a group community in which, you know, Adam.dev and Dex, you know, THXDR, Dex, they created this channel in which I believe Adam, like, owns watch.dev because he also owns Adam.dev. So, like, he is a domainer. Again, I'm not into it, but it's fine. Try not to be too harsh about it. I don't like the idea of domain name squatting, but he's actually using them. Like, he locked them down, and now he's putting them to actually, like, a use. That's awesome. That's fucking amazing. I really like that. So, yeah. Yeah, he's less of a squatter at this point, and now just, like, putting the things he has to use, but how many do you think he's sitting on? Again, we're not trying to judge him. He's a very nice dude. So, just saying. So the point is, he wasn't using them, and he locked them down, and now he's finally using them. I think that's slightly different. I believe he had tweeted that he was holding on to, like, Adam.dev for a while before he actually used it. I believe he's also done the same with watch.dev. Now, maybe he did the atom.dev quicker because that's almost his branding and stuff. No, it wouldn't. I don't think so. He and I are actually very much aligned in some of our stuff, right? He likes to sit right in the middle, as I do as well. So, yeah, I doubt there would ever be an issue with it. He did do the whole shirtless posing thing, though. I'm kidding. I'll talk shit on the practice as long as he understands that it's not him I'm talking about. It's just the activity. Just saying, okay? Take it easy. And oh, we are out of Coca-Cola. So I'm going to pour a somewhat light whiskey, or it's not going to be that light of a whiskey, and this is a somewhat harsh beverage I'm about to pour. Yeah, we're about to take it like a champ, Jason. Hold on, James. Let me check this one out. Oh, what? I can't load that? Oh, I might not be logged in on that one. No. I went and checked it out over on, like, my main. Yeah. I, like, in my other window, I wasn't, like, logged in. That's all. But no, that's a good one. I like that. Yeah, James. That's a good tweet. I can look at it, actually, online with y'all, if you don't mind me sharing it. Ooh, but James, yeah. The key is to do a timeout instead of a ban on Griffing and Chill for, like, the secret chat. For everyone else, this is what James shared. So technically, a donut-shaped Earth could theoretically happen, but that would mean that we'd have a moon pulsating between the two. So it's incredibly unlikely because most planets need to, like, revolve properly, and, like, I don't know, this is an interesting graphic. The fact that it eventually goes into like a figure 8 orbit is weird. I don't think that would happen. But technically what they're talking about is very similar to the idea of the ring world. So if you've ever read enough, like, Asimov sci-fi, Isaac Asimov specifically, ring world is a thing that he predicted as a structure around a star. And technically, like, yeah, if we're close enough to that star and our ring around that star is capturing the light, its free energy, in like a massive way. And yeah, that's exactly where it comes from. Like, Ringworld is based upon a massive space structure around a star. Now, the same idea is also called a Dyson sphere, in which you would actually encapsulate an entire star with a thing absorbing its energy, and boom, right? Like, you've got energy at such a massive scale that you could power anything, you know? So we're just waiting on a future like that. Now, hold on. Ringworld was Larry Niven, not Asimov. My bad. I'm sorry. Foundation was Asimov, not Ringworld. My bad. Was Foundation a Dyson sphere? Or is that a totally separate, like, thing? I never read that much Asimov or Niven. They're not my type of writing. I'm not into it. I've read some good, like, yeah, I know Foundation is Asimov. I don't remember what Foundation is, though. Right? Is there, like, a Dyson sphere within Foundation? Like, I don't remember any of that. I never read any of them. I know it's a trilogy, but what does the Foundation trilogy revolve around, right? And I don't remember, right? Like, technically, Asimov wrote so early that Dyson sphere might not have even been theorized yet. My mom reads Niven and Asimov, and, like, she loves sci-fi. I pretty much only read Kurt Vonnegut and Douglas Adams. I've read some, like, Alan Dean Foster. If you're not aware of Alan Dean Foster, he actually wrote the novelizations of, like, Star Wars. Yeah, I've read everything by Douglas Adams and Kurt Vonnegut. I have not read Niven or Asimov. I like to laugh a bit. Oh, that's it, Spooky. Thank you. Okay, so Foundation is not related at all to, like, Dyson spheres, etc. Cool. That makes more sense. In that regard, hold on, Spooky. I feel like Foundation then almost, like, overlaps a bit with some of, like, the philosophy and... yeah, like, some of the philosophy and, like, stuff involved with, like Dune even, right? Because the Dune series involves a future-seeing, like, overlord type thing. So it's interesting, like, were they written around the same time even? Shit, even Warhammer 40K deals with, like, a very similar aspect of, like, future prescience, like, bullshit. Doesn't it? I'm pretty sure. Warhammer 40K, no, I'm mixing that up with just some of, like, the future Doom stuff. My bad. I don't think Warhammer necessarily does. Oh, wait, so Foundation was really 20 to 30 years before Dune? I don't know why. I thought Herbert and Asimov were, like, the same era. Okay, so it's more like Niven and Herbert were the same era. Okay, my bad. Again, I haven't read Dune either. Yeah, I don't know. I could never get into it. I tried starting to read, like, the Dune books, and the mythology is cool. The writing just didn't fit right. So I think there's some of those books that are written so long ago that the mythology is really cool, but, like, the writing just isn't that great. Right? There's a lot of sci-fi that's, like, the mythology is more important than the actual prose, and I'm not into that. It takes me out of the whole thing, you know? All right, let's see the chaos here real quick. All right, so someone is trunk all the way, sure. That's a decent enough point. Alright, so just double checking. Hell yeah, Theo. And yeah, what up, G-Bone, Mr. Sir? How you doing? So yeah, Spooky, thanks for the insights. Yeah, I don't know why my timeline on like when Asimov was doing his writing is way off. Technically, Asimov is a contemporary of like Arthur C. Clarke instead then, huh? Whereas like Herbert and Dune were like 10 to 20 years later then. Was it really 20 to 30? If it really was 20 to 30, then Asimov actually predated Arthur C. Clarke by a bit too then, didn't he? When was 2001 made? (1968). Oh. No, so I could actually see like Arthur C. Clarke and Isaac Asimov being somewhat contemporaries. Okay. Right, because 2001 was based off of like the book, which was written in also 1968. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I never read 2001 either. The movie was so damn slow, I didn't expect the book to be any better. And I know, please don't hate me. (2010 Space Odyssey or whatever, like the sequel? I never saw the sequel either. Alright, and we are down to water being the only mixer I have left. Oh, that Coca-Cola was delicious. Wait, there's a 2061? Ooh, I haven't seen that at all. Huh, okay. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? What you up to? Enjoying your holidays? Hopefully you got a holiday. If not, maybe tomorrow's a holiday. And if tomorrow's not a holiday, well, it's fine. We'll be here slowly working on code. I'm gonna leave this where it is, and I think we need to just hack into what our client needs to do to adapt our data structure that we've changed to, right? Because we have massively modified our data type. So the structure of how our flags get like merged and, you know, some of that stuff works. Yeah, I'll probably be ready for some like D4 in like 2 hours. I can do a hard cutoff at 6. For sure. Especially because I started a bit early today. Alright, cool. Yeah. So, see you in a couple hours there, James. Mr. Sir. Okay, we're at the point where I need to commit what we're doing. I'm gonna say we're pretty good. I hate actually dealing with diffs in this terminal. Fine tune form validation and publish steps. All right, so we don't see the client in there at all. No, like, it's the way that this thing modifies the colors, light speed. Right, dealing with diffs is manageable in most cases, but the way this one does, like, the coloring of certain things, it's actually, like, overriding a few colors, etc., which makes it harder to see what's actually changed and what's not just, like, something highlighted. And hey, Absence. D4, yeah. Ooh, I'm enjoying D4. I've got 3 characters now. I'm to the point where I could skip the entire campaign, but I'm playing with some people that aren't at that level yet, so I'm playing through a new character with James and a few other people, and stacking, and maybe Worm can join in, because I think he has a character at our level. And yeah, Absence, you like this retro term? Yeah, I like it too. Thank you. Absence, are you playing D4? You're welcome to join us at any point, too. I think we might have 4 tonight. But seriously, man. You know I game most nights. Reach out to me. If you want to play some D4 and I'm not playing Diablo, like, all it takes is asking, like, hey, you want to play some D4? I could play some D4. I just don't like playing it solo, actually. I severely dislike playing Diablo 4 solo. I don't know what it is. Like, I finished the campaign. Grinding for new gear solo is... Ugh. BattleBit Remastered. No, I haven't, Eltmon, but Craig, the person I played golf with yesterday, actually was mentioning that they got it and they refunded it because it's just not for them. And I guess it was, like, pretty buggy. But I could get it. Yeah, I could totally get it. Like, bugs are gonna happen. As long as you got a crew to play with, it's probably fun. I believe Craig was playing solo, and that just sounds terrible, right? Yeah, it seems fun. So yeah, I'd like to play that with a group, and I might be able to convince some people to join it with us. That could be fun. Can I just point out how happy I am that I finally have a stable connection? This is amazing. My stream PC previously was blowing it, and now we are totally stable. This is awesome. This is my favorite thing. This is awesome. I am so happy that I upgraded my stream PC. I'm still sitting at like 0% CPU usage. I haven't seen it spike above 1% all day. So yeah, this upgrade was worth it. I'm glad I didn't skimp on the pieces. Right, my last stream PC I built for like 500 bucks. This one I spent some more on. And I'm thinking we're gonna get some longevity out of it. Because I even opted for a NIC card that would do the 2.5 gigahertz or gigabit, whatever, just in case. So yeah, I'm pumped on it. Hell yeah. This stream PC should last me another like 3 to 5 years. At which point, totally worth it. And yeah, Absence, if you're still out there, how's the audio over on the other platform? Do I need to fine-tune the music so you can hear more? Things like that, just let me know. That said, Gabriel Atwell? Or is it Gabriel Latwell? I'm gonna guess Gabriel Atwell. So Gabriel, thank you for that follow. Welcome. How you doing? I do have to use the restroom. Give me a sec. And yeah, let me know what you're up to. BRB. All right, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna do one of these things real quick. All right, so give me just 1 second, everyone. Oh no, technical difficulties. I have no idea what's going on. Give me just a second while I fix it. Must be my humidifier. Must be my humidifier messing with the electromagnetic frequencies in the room. Let me fiddle with that humidifier. It's gonna bubble for a second, but we'll be good. And Absence, Farlight 84. What is Farlight 84? I'm curious about that. Yeah, let me know. Okay, and I'm back. I don't know why this side of the hair isn't as, like, wingy as it should be. No? Must have slept weird, right? I don't know. The wing's amazing on this side, though, right? Ooh, so good. So, client.js, yeah, we got this thing opened up. We need to get the actual, like, watcher going for it, but we gotta fine-tune the entire types for it, and it's gonna get pretty heavy in that regard, actually. Okay. Hey, Purple Elf, how you doing? What you up to? Yeah, how you doing? More Gumroad stuff. Hold on, what is Flexile? I feel like I've seen that and I keep forgetting. And hold on, let me do this real quick too. Oh, Farlight 84 was a mobile game similar to Fortnite, recently ported to PC. Cool. Boom. There we go. I like that. So yeah. I need to write a bot that'll actually publish my, like, shout-outs over to the other platforms too. That'd be good. I like that. Oh yeah, goofball. This we're basically done with the menu. The only change I'm thinking about doing is moving the accept all, reject all to the bottom. How am I? Just chilling. So, productization of the way you work. Oh, okay. So, a tool for managing contractors of, like, invoicing you're developing. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Is that something you're doing, or is it basically, like, the company, Gumroad, is releasing, like, a new product called Flexile? I'm just curious, like, where the ownership lies. Gumroad is releasing it. Cool. Yeah, awesome. And you work for them as a contractor, right? Which is even more, like, relevant because you have some insight into it. Yeah, cool. That is awesome. Is there a link for Flexile? Right? Is there anything we can, like, look at and see, just, like, marketing-wise, so I can share it? You already use it internally? Okay, perfect. Marketing page is a bit ugly. Cool. Yeah, no worries. I like the name. That's a great name. And yeah, I'm zooming in on it, so I'm messing it up even more. Okay. Not a fan of the whole, like, weird, like, sideways scroll hijack. But, you know, that's fine. The rest is okay to me. Yeah, the rest is fine. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm not trying to judge. This is just a thing that I've been really against for a long time, right? Like, I just don't like anything that doesn't actually feel like I'm scrolling down. I don't even like the Apple, like, web pages that do that. But I think part of it is just because the scroll bar is actually hidden because the header is dark. So I can't even see that the scroll bar is actually moving. If I could see the scroll bar right now, I'd be totally fine with it. But right, I have to like scroll that far to actually see it. And that's where my like problem comes in with it. If I could see the scroll bar moving that whole time, I would have been good with it, right? Yeah, exactly. But this is okay. I don't mind this. I think that section's fine. Totally fine. Nothing wrong with that to me. That feels just like a scroll with some extra stuff. Cool. There's a lot of like scroll-based animation. Yeah. That is the key too. Yeah, Apple has done a major effort to like hide the scroll bar at the expense of the user, actually. So verbs, are you on Windows and then it's like fine, then you can see everything? Yeah, so Windows, like, yeah, Windows 10, I've got Windows 10, I can see everything on, you know, like scrolling wise. But yeah, so it's not even like Flexile's fault necessarily. No worries, Absence. Yeah, appreciate the lurk, man. Thank you. Exactly. Yeah. So, like, you know, someone should have caught that, like, hidden scroll bar a while ago. But, yeah, on Windows, you can see it fine, so it's not as egregious. I get that. Honestly, this marketing site's not terrible. Yeah, I don't mind it. Just as I say that, they do this to me again. Shit. Okay. Yeah. It's a trend that I think is wrong, though. Yeah, I don't know. You're probably right. As far as I understand it, the numbers don't actually align with that, though. Right? I challenge them to A/B test these websites and actually just have the animation off and let this just be an image that scrolls. I challenge them to test that and see what the actual conversions are. If they're not A/B testing that, then they're totally fucking up. I would really, really, really wonder if a static one of these doesn't perform better. Because aesthetically, that already looks fine. Why does it need to animate all funky? It doesn't. It actually makes it harder to read. It's already there. You have everything you need. Just let it scroll. So yeah, have they A/B tested that? I would really I would bring that up at some point and just like, if they have, then cool, they got the numbers to prove it. If they haven't, I mean, the main marketing page is the #1 thing to be A/B testing, you know? So someone should be proposing those kinds of A/B tests. Like, it's the absolute #1 place to A/B test it. Besides maybe, like, the sign-up. Like, their thing is, like, the animation bullshit. Or, like, is their thing, like measurement and A/B testing? Because if their thing is measurement and A/B testing, then fuck it. Oh, like this whole page is just their thing. I got it. Yeah. No, again, no worries. No worries. This is just me and my opinions about all of this stuff. I've worked at a design-focused client agency before. Our designer came up with this crazy awesome thing to animate and blah 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 and just do it, and right? I made it work. Scroll magic for the win. But after like 4 or 5 months of back and forth and testing and figuring out what clients wanted, yeah, we're scrapping all that shit. Just make it scroll regular. Like, and this was for like an old school like Apple Music for Business thing. At the end of the day, nah, there's just so many bugs. It's not worth the cost. Like, yeah. But anyway, no worries. Yep, yeah, have a good one. Enjoy the workout. I went golfing yesterday, did a full 18, and I am like sore. Like, I'm sore from like head to toe. It's crazy. I didn't expect to like we were rushing, so I was doing some jogging here and there, right? So I get to my ball quicker. So yeah, it was like a full body workout golf game. That's rare. That's pretty rare, actually. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Cheers. Right? I would just be so like curious about the actual numbers of a fancy like scroll parallax thing versus a not fancy scroll parallax thing. The problem to like treat Apple as like the thing, like, oh yeah, well Apple does it. Apple has a captive market. The people using the Apple webpage are gonna be using the Apple webpage no matter what. It's just how it is, right? So they already have like a very captive market and audience. To judge what they do by what you can do is just totally wrong. Those crazy animations on pages, you better be A/B testing that shit. You better at least honor people who have the browser settings set that says, please no crazy animations, like reduced movement. That is a thing browsers can set now. If you're not respecting it, you might be losing customers. And I need to turn that feature on just in case. Have I updated my browser recently enough? Maybe not. Oh, and hold on. No, we got some good comments on that tweet. Sorry, I know. Will this dude write any code today? And this dude meaning me. Yeah, it'll happen. But we're actually like transitioning from a very UI focused like design mode in which we were doing all this stuff into like writing a client SDK. So I don't mind giving myself the proper amount of time to like transition between those things. And hey, Xander. Oh yeah, man. Nice. So yeah. Let me get to the tweet. Yeah, it's related to this one. Boom. So, yeah, this person, Todd Hansman, Todd Punk, just tree-based for everything. And hold on, do we follow each other yet? We don't even. Oh, cool. Actually, I love the reach of this. This is like a broadly applicable tweet where people who I don't even know are seeing it. That's awesome. I'm guessing Sorsup and I are like the common thread between them. But yeah, that's awesome. So hold on. Let me double check this. I think there were some good like comments. I want to make sure I'm getting into it. Gitflow is a feature-based system. Important for CI. So, G-Bone, if you're out there, you can do continuous integration with anything, right? Feature-based versus non-feature-based has nothing to do with continuous integration, right? Continuous integration just means that you're merging either from your branch into main or from main into your branch. And you're continuously integrating those things. That's it. Like, dude, whether you're doing a long-lived feature branch on trunk-based or Gitflow-based actually is irrelevant. Right? Both are fully continuously integrated in a proper shop. So yeah, this person chimed in, trunk-based for everything. And yeah, hold on. Let me respond to this. I think this was like the bigger thread over here, so hold on. And yeah, this person asked, does Linux kernel use Gitflow? And no, they don't. I was just simply pointing out that it's a similar thing in which Gitflow makes sense. So I mentioned like, no, probably not, because their flow probably is before Gitflow even existed, but it would make sense for that type of development. So yeah, their team is around 5 to 6, and trunk-based pretty much does the job. As long as test cases are fine, etc. It's opinionated, but it's convenient for GitOps Kubernetes deployment. Because, yeah, I think that's mainly the gist. If you're doing continuous release and you don't care about versions as much, then yeah, right? Like, trunk-based is the way to go. So, yeah, again, I don't know. I have no idea. Right? Trunk-based, trunk-based. This person says trunk-based for everything, though. Right? If you need to cut a release, like the Linux kernel, you just do it, maybe with a tag if you want GitOps. Yeah, I don't know. And what's up, Filter? Yeah, no worries, G-Bone. No, I appreciate the links. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, thank you. Like, totally worth it. I just think, like, worth commenting and understanding. This is a discussion, not a lecture. So yeah, right? Trunk based for everything, blah, 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 right? He said that, also covers every scenario. And yeah, no, this person seems good. I'm gonna follow him. They seem chill. Right? And then this person chimed in as a reply, mostly agreed. One case I'd wonder whether trunk-based development. I read that as to be determined at first. No. So Squishy, no, it's not commit to main. It's short-lived branches that treat main as the main source of truth. Right? Which is a different thing. It's a PR into main. It's not committing directly to main. So yeah, Squishy, what you're talking about is cowboy coding. Yeehaw! Right? Which works great for single developer like things, but yeah, no. Committing directly to main is not a thing that should be possible in any significant like team, you know? We're not talking about direct commits to main. We're talking about short-lived PRs to main. Ooh, so Didev, you're actually raising a point I'm not even considering. I'm talking about within a single repo. You're talking about other repos when you talk about forks. And forks is maybe where that becomes a different thing, because open source has to deal with forks more often than just a branch within the repo, right? So that's a very good point, and where some of this stuff is actually majorly different. That's a very good point, Didev. Didev, do you have a Twitter account? Can I quote you on that? If you don't want to dox yourself, you don't want to link your Twitter with, you know, your Twitch, like, I get it. But yeah, I'd be happy to, like, shout you out. Like, this is a very good point. And hey, what's up, poor boy? If not, I could shout you out by just your Twitch name, right? I just want to make sure I'm, like, given the proper attribution. Like, that is a very good point. You didn't even necessarily make the same comment, but I'm about to make a point based on your comment. I want to make sure I attribute. Yeah. Oh, no worries. I mean, I could still, like, tag it if you want, though. That's up to you. We're about to be working on the SDK, or the client library, for JavaScript for Vexilla. And then eventually, after we've solidified that and made the tests work the same, yeah, exactly, Ninja. We called him out for that too. Yeah, for sure. And called out is harsher, right? We corrected that misconception. So yeah, don't worry about that, Ninja. You're probably just seeing, like, the history in, like, the chat below. So yeah, don't worry about that. We addressed that concern. And you're saying it's maybe at DiDevX? I hope that doesn't dox you. I'm just gonna do your name. I don't know. Sorry. My bad. Are you okay with that? I'm really sorry for that. Okay, like, is it still, like, I just want to make sure I'm attributing. I'll just do that. Nah, I'll do the thing, right? You could... Are you okay with your name showing up and people knowing your Twitter account? Because maybe you bring it back and you start tweeting or something. I don't fucking know. Like, it's a great point, though. And I want to make sure we're addressing it here within the thread. I don't care if it's empty. I'm just wondering if you're okay with your name that's attached to it being shown. Okay, thank you. I still think it's worth the value if at any point you want to come back to it. And does that sum up kind of what you were thinking? Right? Like, that's my thought, at least extrapolated from it. I just want to make sure, like, the way I phrase this is, like, really you brought it up. I could instead say inspired by. And then it's just my phrasing. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Thanks, Didev. Sorry. I know it seems like weird to be so like adamant and specific, but I don't want to take you out of context. I don't want to frame it wrong, all that, you know. Like, you didn't ask for it, so I'm like pushing it on you at this point. So I at least want to make sure I'm doing it the right way. Okay, so yeah, right? Some good stuff there. Let's actually go back into this. And this thread is having some good stuff to talk about. So mostly agreed, one case would be if you need to develop some future features secretly, or so if you live in, if you release in source form. This person says they just do longer-lived feature branch in the rare case it comes up, and I just don't like the idea of a long-lived feature branch. So anything that can avoid a long-lived feature branch is probably a win in my opinion. So, I mean, keep in mind, you can always merge main back into your feature branches, right? I think the key is not necessarily the merge to main, it's the feature branch has to catch up with main no matter what. So they have to deal with the issue of bringing main back into it, right? So it's more for like the feature branch maintainer to make sure they're bringing main back in on a regular basis. Otherwise, it's a huge headache if, you know, they haven't kept up to date. But if you can just maintain shorter-lived branches, then it's not even an issue, right? And it's not anyone's fault to have to think about, like, doing it. So I think that's the big problem with it. Right? Yeah, exactly. Keep in mind, I haven't had to work on necessarily like large enough code bases yet where a lot of these conversations are that important. So outside of if, def, and C, this would be very difficult to do successfully. In shippable artifacts is typically a win. Sure. What up, Mac? How you doing? Alright, so, I don't know. I want to make sure I'm thumbs upping this dude's comments because they're very insightful and good. Yeah, super chill. Yeah, like good discourse. And yeah, no worries, Mac. Yeah, welcome. Alright, I like a good conversation. And yeah, very good conversation. Appreciate that person. Yeah, I'm liking it. And yeah, it's just, if you ever want the song that's playing, you just do !song. Oh, if I spelled it right. There we go. So yeah. Oh, that is not it. Looks like my bot's crashed. Hold on, sorry. That is not the right link. Oh. Interesting. Only 16 gigs. And this is like an old Mac Mini. So I really question if your tabs are actually your issue or all the other stuff you have running. Like, seriously, look at your task manager. Is Chrome actually the problem? So there you go. Yeah. I don't know. I really actually wonder if Chrome is actually the thing chewing up your CPU and RAM like you think it is. In many cases, I would actually doubt it. Especially because Chrome has gotten very aggressive about, like, limiting CPU cycles to a tab you're not using, even like offloading the entire thing that's in like the DOM there to like disk so that you have more room in RAM, right? They are actually like really good about that. In many cases, Chrome is not your issue. It's most likely all the Electron apps you got running. And even then, still probably not that bad. Firefox is the biggest one, because there are definitely some, like, leaks. Firefox will hold on to DevTools logs way longer. So yeah, Firefox needs to be rebooted on a regular basis. Yeah, so there it is, Mac. Yeah, Firefox is holding on to way more RAM than it should. It is not aggressive about, like, optimizing for your device. So yeah, it's the price you pay for a more privacy-focused browser. I get it. I totally get it. But yeah, just pointing out, I'm using Chrome for my daily driver, and I use Firefox for... Or let me put it this way. I use Firefox for, like, my personal stuff. I use Chrome for, like, the just maintaining a bunch of tabs browser. Right? So it acts as, like, my daily driver for non-personal things. Yeah, there you go, Mac. I've got Brave over on this machine. It's not bad either, right? Yeah, I would say, like, use as many as you can and spread out, like, what you use each one for. And then you're getting the best value for all of them, right? As an example, Firefox is not the browser to watch video in. Chrome has proprietary drivers for video playing that just They're so much better. And Firefox is just bad because Chrome is not releasing that out for the better of, like, the entire internet. They want their market share. GIFs is another case in which Firefox really does a bad job. Right? Like a bunch of GIFs running on one page, Firefox is like, it'll lag everything. So yeah, video and GIFs, use something like Chrome. I'm not positive about that one, Dido. I just know that Chrome has a proprietary codec or something that makes video better on like Chrome and possibly Chromium. And Firefox is just legally not allowed to use it. Chromium might be able to use it, but anything besides a Chrome-based browser probably can't. Which is why Edge might be fine too. But that just sounds like, oh yeah, we heard you like spyware. Now we got spyware on top of your spyware. Right? Yeah, we heard you like being measured by Chrome, so we'll let Chrome measure you, and then like we'll throw some measurement on top of that. That's what it feels like with Edge. I'm waiting for Yahoo to release a browser that's just rebranded Edge, with like Edge's like analytics still built into it. Yep. That's a tweet, isn't it? That's a tweet. My brackets don't line up. Oh, shit. No, we're good. It's just 2. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, something other than Chromium. Dude, yeah, I remember the ActiveX, like, Horrorscape. I remember the ActiveX Horrorscape. I don't want that to happen. At all. So yeah, I support Firefox. I don't know anything about Mozilla as a company. I know the MDN is fan-fucking-tastic. I know Mozilla invested into the Rust ecosystem real early for the major benefit of the Rust ecosystem. So Mozilla wins points from me for those actions. Anything else, I don't fucking know. I don't know anything about Mozilla. I just know those 2 points, and those are enough for me. So I use Firefox when I can. That's it. Totally it. But a Yahoo browser? Yeah, Mozilla did a lot of amazing work. This is the perfect GIF. I'm so proud of that. Exactly, Mac. I will say privacy-focused company is like a stretch. Right? But using them instead of something Chrome-based, Yahooium? Beppo Sachs, unless you want to be tagged via your, like, Twitter handle, I'm just going to reference that. Do you have a Twitter account you'd rather be tagged by? Okay, just making sure. It's up to you. Again, I don't care if it's empty. It's up to you. Like, I don't give a shit. If you want the tag, you got the tag. Like, come on, man. That's totally on you. If it's good as is, I'll click just reply. Okay, cool. Just making sure, man. I want to pay it forward as much as I can. I didn't come up with that shit. You know, like, you're the genius behind that comment. I can't take credit for it. I'm just pumped on it. That's genius. That's fucking brilliant. You just put two words together, but my brain wouldn't have done that. Like, that's genius. Oh, hold up. We got some comments. Yeah, it's like an Uno reverse automatically, right? If you finally wrap everything else in Brave again, then you're good to go. That's big brain. That's fucking big brain. Hell yeah, refactor. Oh, cool. And yeah, this person shared Big Give, which is, yeah, they had some really good comments about, like, their build process. So, like, let's give them some fucking, you know, attention. I think they deserve it. Especially because it seems like, yeah, Big Give actually seems like really, like, front-focused. Medium. Oh, shit. Medium sounds like unobtainium at this point. Oh, cool. Yeah. It almost seems like this is, like, in the similar space as soft giving, which is the thing behind the charity stream I'm doing tomorrow. Yeah, soft giving seems pretty cool too. Yeah. So, just in case, if anyone doesn't know, I am doing a charity stream tomorrow for soft giving. For technically care. Soft giving is just a proxy to care, which does the thing, right? I need to set up all my overlays and stuff. I might be staying up late to make that happen, because I haven't done it yet. Please don't tell them. I hope they know how much of a slacker I am. But I'll do it, man. I'll do it. Don't you tempt me with a good time. I'll do it. Fang him. Ooh, there you go. In before they're sued by the estate of... Shit, hold on. I was thinking... What is it? Mary Shelley that did Frankenstein? Mary Shelley's Frankenstein? So yeah, never mind. Different thing. But yeah, so soft giving and big give seem like maybe they're in a similar space. But maybe not. Maybe not even close to the same thing. I'm not sure. Yeah, seems cool. I'm curious what their platform is behind the scenes. I mean, as long as you give it to all of them, then at least you're being fair and balanced with it, right? And yeah, I'm using that term fair and balanced in such a fuzzy manner that I'm also calling out another company that used to use that term. I don't think they do anymore because they know it's fucking bullshit. Fair and balanced. Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, I believe they had to stop using that term. Because they aren't. I'll thumbs up that one. Yeah, you know Refactor. I'm into it. That was a good one. All right. So yeah, those are some good tweets. I'm proud of that. Let's get back to some code. I know, I've actually been actively delaying working on this code because I wanted a proper mental shift. Because the consumer of the JSON file should not care whatsoever about how the UI looks. Right? So I needed to mentally space myself out from the actual UI library that modifies this JSON file that our clients then consume. So I believe our biggest chunk of code that is heavy and is oh my god, I would hate to have to rewrite it. We don't have to rewrite that part at all, right? The generate seed for UUID, generate gradual for UUID, all of this stuff is done. We're fine, right? The hasher itself, done. We're fine. None of that actually needs to change. So the main stuff we're testing, right, of our distribution of how we hash these things, right, our gradual rollout, etc., making sure that value is always correct, all that stuff stays the same, which means all of our SDKs for every other language, those parts also stay the same, which I am so happy about that. Oh, that's so good. I'm not gonna lie, I hadn't looked at it, I hadn't thought about it, I hadn't really considered how much code would have to change for our client SDKs yet. It's not as much as I thought. Oh, And I'm so happy about that. I actually deserve a whiskey just for that right now. Like, it's like, you know, a couple weeks ago, me was really respecting future me with, like, the way we change things. And I'd like to pour that dude a drink. Luckily enough, they're the same person. So, yeah, I get to just pour another drink. Would I have done so anyway? Yeah. But, hell yeah, we're justified in this one. We have saved future me time and effort due to past me's, like, actions. And how often does that actually happen? Yeah, I'm calling out everyone here right now. How often does past you set yourself, like, future you up for, like, success? It's rare, right? We just did it. We just fucking did it. Woo! If ever there was a time for whiskey, this one's it. Past me didn't fuck over future me for short-term gains. That is so damn rare. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean... Woo! Alright, there you go, Ms. Miro. Yeah, it's a balancing act. It's rare, but you're trying to make it happen more often. I get that, too. Yeah, exactly, Didev. I believe you just hit, like, the... Like, is that, like, the maximum for... Like a signed int32? I believe that is, right? That's what you just pulled. You had to go look that number up, didn't you? Here's the thing, just subtract 1 from it, and you're at maximum value. Yeah, you're just about to roll over. Exactly, Mesmiro. Boom, nailed it. You actually know that number off the top of your head? I'm sorry. Like, oh, that's brutal. That's some PTSD in effect right there. Isn't it? That is some, like, legitimate PTSD. You can't forget that number. You'd love to, but you can't. Hennel, thank you for that follow. Appreciate you. Welcome. How you doing? Yeah, that's some straight up PTSD. For sure. Not to minimize, like, real, like, wartime PTSD. That shit's way gnarlier. But yes, absolutely, there was some stress exhibited, right? Almost traumatic stress exhibited from dealing with a, like, a buffer underrun type error, buffer overflow type error, right? Or number, like integer, technically. Integer overflow or underrun. Yeah, and I'm so sorry about that. Oh my. Because those are not fun bugs. For everyone out there, if you have ever played Civilization 1, Gandhi had a major bug. He was the least aggressive character, right? His aggression was -1. Or his aggression was 1 or 0, basically. And at some point, if you were to adopt democracy or some other thing, his aggression would actually reduce, and it would become the maximum aggression. Right? If you adopted democracy and he was your neighbor within X amount of tiles or something like that, or whatever, right? Or technically, I think because of the way they coded it, it was actually a global, like, aggression metric, right? Of, like, how aggressive they would be towards you. If you were to reduce that number that was 0 or 1 or however they were doing it, I forget if it was 0 or 1 indexed. if you were to, like, introduce democracy, you would actually make Gandhi the most aggressive against you. It was gnarly. Instant war declared against you. The fun part is, they had that, they left it, they considered it a feature in Civilization 2 and 3 plus. Gandhi is now the most likely to use nuclear warfare. Right? As like an homage to his previous most aggressive self. So he's not gonna declare war on you, but if you are at war with Gandhi, you're getting nuked immediately. Right? The moment he has nukes, they're flying. Which is just like a fun homage back to like that one bug. Yeah, super good. Right? Passive resistance became very, very not passive resistance. You know, like, yeah. Just such a good bug. Such a very fun, like, it's like a programming error that then became like a fun little, like, callback. Right? No, so actually, Kinslayer, if you were already at war with Gandhi and you adopted democracy, I believe his aggression would stay actually at like the 0, because like going to war with him would increase the aggression to some number, right? So as long as you stayed at war with Gandhi, you were good. Right? Going to war with Gandhi would increase his aggression, and then adopting democracy would actually decrease it by the amount, and you'd be at like a level that was like, well, he actually won't attack you anymore. I'm not sure about that one. I forget like what the metrics actually like would change that aggression level to, but it was a very like small int. So like it would roll over. So yeah, very, very fun bugs. Like the history of programming and some of these bugs that were introduced is just beautiful, you know? Exactly, Mesmero. Yeah, for sure. Right? Very fun, just like, yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah. We're not going to go into it. We're not going to watch it. We're going to hack out at least a little bit of code today as I leave myself with a place to jump back into, right? I made the mistake yesterday of actually not having a task to stew on, right? We finished this up in a way that like, oh, I did all the stuff, like, yeah, cool. Seriously, your number one most productive thing you could do is actually have something that you don't like finish up and button up at the end of the night. You're leaving yourself enough like things that you know you need to do in the morning to where like you wake up refreshed and ready and you just hammer them out, you know? Like, it's amazing. And your background brain is actually thinking about that stuff the entire time. So you're actually messing up if you're not utilizing the diffuse thought process while you're sleeping, while you're going to bed, while you're cooking dinner, and then waking up in the morning, taking your shower, blah, blah, blah. You've had enough time for your background brain to basically solve the entire problem. Right? So my main goal is to leave on an issue, not on a success, not on a win. Ending your day coding on a win sets yourself up to waste the first 2 hours of your day, which is usually your most productive. I don't know about you all, but yeah, your first 2 hours of work per day, as long as they're not meetings, those are your most productive hours of coding. Because your brain is being able to like think about and stew on the things that you left off on. So yeah, optimize for the diffuse thought process. So I get that they're pandemonium, but it still means that, like, if you figure out the answer too early, then you have nothing to, like, continue stewing on. So I prefer bigger problems. Right? Or at least, like, an entire checklist of things that need to happen. So if it's a bunch of quick wins, sure, that works. Yeah, I get that one. But one quick win, I don't think is enough. Because then you'll find yourself right back into the place of, well, now what? There you go. Yeah. I would say have something bigger and then like a quick win to like get the ball rolling type thing, right? Because momentum is all about already having that like inertia. So yeah, build up that momentum with a quick and easy task and still have the big one that you're working through. There you go. Yeah. I get that. I don't know. I used to work a job and some of the, even like the clients before that where like the first thing of the day was a meeting. And it's such a waste. And it still happens here at this company because I'm on like the West Coast and they're on the East Coast. So yeah. I still have like a day or two where the first thing of the day is a meeting, but it's not every day. Which means I still get like the most productive moments of the day. Like towards work. Anyone else actually feel that way? Like, to me, like, if I'm waking up and heading straight into a meeting, my productivity for that day is taking like a 30% hit. Like, easily. Now, I get the hate meetings thing. I don't mind meetings. It's just the timing. Actually, if I can knock out 3 hours in the morning and then head into meetings, yeah, you've gotten my most productive dev time, and now you're getting, like, you know, the part where I'm starting to wane a bit. Yeah, so Pandemonium, I need to start doing that. I do that some days, but it's usually hard to do on a Monday. And Monday actually ends up being the day where we have, like, most of our meetings. Which, you know, I get it, right? It frees up, like, the middle of the week for, like, better stuff. Like, the current job I have, like, does it right, in my opinion. I have no complaints about, like, our meeting schedule and stuff. I'm fine. But a previous job I used to have had a daily stand-up that was at 8:30 every morning, which means it was my first thing to do. And then I'd still be dealing with usually like an 11 a.m. meeting and a 1 p.m. meeting, and like, holy shit. Yeah, Refactor. The daily stand-up is actually a huge problem. Yeah, like, couple hours into the day is way better for meetings. Let people get their, like, main shit done, you know? Yeah, for various, like, things, I used to wake up at, like, 6 a.m. just to make sure I got enough work done. Yeah, meetings interrupting the coding flow. Like, I have very few of those. Because, again, like, the company I work at is mainly, like, East Coast focused for, like, the business people and, like, you know, the higher-ups or whatever. It means that most of my meetings are scheduled between, like, 8 and, like, noon. And then every other time, it's up to me to, like, you know, get some shit done. But it's not every day. But it's just, like, that's the window. It's going to be so rare for it to extend beyond that we're good. I can focus on making sure I'm available those times, and, you know, when shit needs to get done, I'll do an evening. I'll usually, like, I tend to do, like, weekend coding, too, in which those 4 to 5 hours are just all coding time. And that's when I get a lot. But I think so much of the value I've been delivering lately is like either revolves around someone else helping get it over the finish line, or like me helping someone else get their thing over the finish line. So there's been a lot less that I've been able to do in a vacuum. I think I would benefit from at least a couple tasks I could do in a vacuum, right? So yeah, it's tough because I've been dealing with some things that are like interacting with so many other people's like PRs and things like that. So yeah, hoping to deliver more value here soon. But again, making other people work faster is better. So I'm okay with that. Just trying to help it in other ways too. So yeah. As far as our client goes, we've got a Vexilla client, right? And it's a very simple structure. We don't really have any like types for this that we need to export separately. It's just this class. We end up passing in the base URL, the environment, instance hash, the flags themselves. All these are protected and we can modify it ourselves, or, you know, something wrapping over it could also do so. I don't mind that. So yeah, if someone wanted to like implement their own wrapper over the class, I think we're good with that too. Yeah, solo wins are good. Like, honestly though, Figures of Stick, one of my favorite things is helping other people be more productive. I really like that part. If I can write a CLI tool that like does something, awesome. Just recently, someone's working on like, we're gonna be refactoring all of our colors within the app. They're doing the actual like the heavy lifting, right? They're doing like the hardest part of it, like actually translating, well, yeah, we got a new branding color, let's replace it where it goes, but they're building out like the structure of like the JavaScript object that holds these colors and what it relates to within our app and how we use those colors. I just simply wrote a script that turns that object into SCSS variables we can use everywhere else too, right? But again, I'm helping by doing a thing that, yeah, I've done this hundreds of times. Hundreds is probably an exaggeration. But I've written enough scripts that will do something like that to help make sure that they don't have to like duplicate their effort into another file. And it means that when we want to modify our colors, we do it in one place and then we just build them out, right? By doing so, I did something in what y'all saw me do within a couple hours on stream that would have taken them probably like a week, right? And not because they're a bad developer, but just because they haven't done it yet. And this isn't the moment for them to like flex those muscles and learn that. But I can still walk them through what the script does and how I built it and why things are working that way, right? If they're curious about it, hell yeah. So that is where I see a major win, right? Save them the effort of duplicating the effort. They're doing like the hard part of labeling and like replacing and like, you know, it's awesome. Like, I don't know, it was a good thing. There you go, Ms. Miro. Yeah. If you can do stuff that makes other people more productive, that is like a multiplying factor rather than like an additive factor. And factor is the wrong word, right? Like a thing that changes a thing. That's what I meant, right? You can be a multiplicative catalyst or an additive catalyst. I'm trying to like multiply other people's effort. That's all. So yeah, let's keep going, right? We're reasoning through what our client is doing currently. We will fetch from some URL, sure, no problem. We're going to set the flags to what they are. But yeah, here we go. So looking things up within the structure is going to be off. And I'm wondering if our type for flags here is actually accurate anymore. I don't think it is. Yeah, we're gonna have to really look at our types here in a second. That said, I gotta use the restroom and pour some more water. So BRB, give me a sec. But yeah, I really don't think our structure for this is correct. It actually might be. But what we need to do is refactor, like, file name here could either be the key for that environment or the file name itself, which means that, yeah, we're not fetching, like, the manifest. That manifest needs a type. And what does the manifest look like? We'll go, like, explore some of those files here in a sec. So, let me go use the restroom. Yeah, our client needs some major work. Yeah, it's not going to be, like, an easy win, but we did save ourselves at least a portion of that by making sure our hasher didn't need to change. So, yeah, our biggest tests are about, like, our hashing algorithm to make sure our, like, gradual release is accurate. So yeah, let me go pee, BRB. Oh my god, can I just say, like, my previous PC couldn't even, like, draw that image quick enough during the transitions. Like, it would show, like, a portion of it and then transition. The entire image is just there and ready now. Hell. Alrighty. And I'm back. Oh shit, I forgot the water. Hold on 1 second, 1 second. I forgot the water. Alright, and I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, mouthful of Gardettos? Damn right. Very good timing. I gotta say. I can't stand it. It's like you planned it. I'm gonna set straight this Watergate. I can't see nothing. It's a mirage. I'm telling all y'all, it's sabotage. I just had so much in there. And like, I don't know if you know, it's just like bread, really dry bread, pretzels, right? Like nothing in here is conducive to someone with a bit of cotton mouth, okay? So you gotta give me some time. It was pretty good. It was delicious. How was golf yesterday? Dude, I am sore. My forearm right here, left forearm, is just burning. Like, dude. Oof. Like, gotta shake it out style. Like, damn. So yeah, I need to golf more. I need to go out to like the driving range like once a week type thing. Like early in the morning-ish. That'd be the move. But it was super fun. This is Drama Sands. It's fine, you know. It is not monospaced. Not a spaced? That's not a word, but I made it up. We're on a holiday Monday here, so yeah, keep that in mind. Just doing my thing. But holy shit, new Stream PC is killing it. I am so happy to have it right now. This is awesome. Yeah, this new Stream PC. Fuck yeah. I'm so happy about it. I really want another mouthful of Gardettos. Alright, so there it is. Yeah, base URL is our thing. What our client ends up needing is async get manifest. And yeah, before we do anything, this becomes a 1.0.0. Yep. So get manifest here doesn't need anything else. We just need to fetch the file. And our base does actually need to take in a fetch hook. All right, so that would be the fetch hook there. But we're not going file name, it's just that / manifest.json. And instead of flag response, this is manifest response. Oh, and that's something I'm missing for work anyway. I'm not doing the fetch properly. I forgot about the docs, and yeah, that would be the issue. Because, yeah, I didn't want to dictate when the fetching happened. Yep. Yeah, I just... Alright, so I'm getting hungry, aren't I? Don't you judge me. So we don't have a type for that yet? When we're doing the push from app, we are definitely creating the manifest file, though. Oh, and yeah, sorry. Whatever works. I gave you the link, right? I believe when I saw your follow, was that from Algo Bro shouting me out? Like on his stream? Because I remember seeing it come through yesterday morning. Yeah, I'm curious, like, how'd you find the stream? Because I wasn't live when your follow happened. And you don't have to answer, right? No big deal. I'm just curious. I just want to know. Oh, Strager. Wait, Strager was going at like a 10 a.m. or something? Or, hold on. Were you watching his VOD from when I rated him like the day before, I think? Or like maybe 2 days before? Was it actually from like a VOD watch? Or was he going early in the day and I didn't realize that he actually does early streams? Because I feel like you did it at like 11 a.m. my time. It's currently 5:44 p.m. my time right now. No. So whatever works is like follow came through yesterday at like 11 a.m. I feel like maybe 10 a.m. Something like that. It was like right before Algo Bro had like shouted me out. So that's why I thought there was like some kind of like correlation there. Okay. So you heard that he burnt himself on stream. Okay. And then maybe you went and watched like the VOD of it and then saw that he raided into my stream or something? Is that it? Oh, he's got me right there in his recommended? Aw, dude, Strager's chill. He's awesome. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Well, thank you. I need to throw him in there, too. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I need to reciprocate. That's cool, man. I didn't know he did that. Shit. Well, that's especially cool of him. Holy shit. Yeah, I need to do the same. Yeah, I'll try and set that up here soon. That's really cool. All right, so sorry for the burp. So here's the thing. I am writing a manifest.json file. It is v1. what I think I need to do, we haven't actually solidified upon how we want to represent, like, the version of our schema properly. Who here has had to version a schema in a way that the consumer might not know the version, so the version needs to actually be embedded within the schema, right? I keep that at the top level, but what should the format of that value be? Should I follow proper semver, even though, like, I don't plan on doing, like, minor or patch versions? Should it just be a number? Should it just be a string, like an API usually, with like a v0, v1 kind of thing? Like, what do we think? Like, at the end of the day, it's probably only ever going to be used as a direct comparison on what schema we should use to parse things, right? So at this point, like, it could just be a string, and it doesn't matter. So I don't think a number or semver are actually important for this. But does anyone out there have a counterpoint in which, like, you've totally run into an issue where you would have benefited from semver, etc., right? I'm just curious if there's anyone out there with a counterpoint. Otherwise, I'm going to treat it as who gives a shit as long as it's like a unique string. And then it's just going to be like v1, v2, v3, whatever. I just can't foresee a place where, like, a direct string comparison isn't what we're going to do. I don't think measuring for, like, oh, is the number greater than X or whatever? Like, no matter what, it's a separate schema anyway, right? No, Mesmiro, we're already at the versioning level. My original version is the Vexilla that is currently in production for Stream Parrot and for other things already. Right? So I already have a broadly released schema that I care about for this. So at this point, it's not pedantic yet because I'm already dealing with, we have the alpha schema, and now we're releasing a new version of the schema that requires having a manifest to know what file to look up by, and then that manifest, right, the schema within that manifest is going to be different because we have scheduling and all sorts of stuff new at this point. So understanding how to approach this based upon our current version is important. Because I don't want to break Stream Parrot, do I? Hell no. I don't want to break, like, I don't think anyone is using Vexilla in any significant way. Someone tried to troll me saying it before and then they sent a Pornhub link. Fucking jerk. Yeah. Banned forever. Never coming back. Don't need you. No thanks. But, yeah, if anyone is using Vexilla and just hasn't said so, I don't want to break their experience still, right? So I need to make sure I'm following proper semver and technically versioning the schema of this stuff for myself for just future-proofing anyway. Yeah, someone was like, oh yeah, little known company, Broadcom, maybe you heard of them. They're using Vexilla. I was like, what? Like, I immediately didn't believe them. I thought a troll was coming, and then they sent a shortened link that resolved to a German Pornhub link. And then they followed up with, Start Ansible says hi. So yeah, Start Ansible, I hope you know, you have the most toxic fucking community in all of Twitch chat. He really does. No, I don't know the link. I'm not gonna fetch it. Too bad. Deal with it. Start Ansible is actually a legitimate dude, and sorry, I recommend his stream. He just harbors some of the worst fucking trolls in the category as his audience. And at some point, you have to judge a streamer for their audience. But I'm not judging him yet. I just don't think he's realized that his audience reflects very poorly on him. When will Vexilla have docs? So there are, if you're looking at how to use like the current version of Vexilla, that's actually within like the various like client library you care about. So if you want to use it with JSTS, like the README for that actually solves a lot of that for you. But again, that's maybe the step after I've like aligned what the client libraries need to do and I go and like hammer out all the other client libraries. So we're looking at like another month of work, easily, before it's like releasable to something like Product Hunt. Yeah, no worries. Like, yeah, if you're trying to use Vexilla, this is not the version we have currently. The version I have currently with all this is not released yet. Right? What you are seeing with, like, vexilla.github.io, that is what you can use and what the docs are actually for, and it's stable, right? You can use it right now, but I am eventually going to release a proper version 1.0 that, you know, makes this look like a toy. I hope. But at that point, you should be able to update, and really, like, your API change should not be a big deal, because I should be able to handle your version properly. So my main number one goal is that you will upgrade to the version 1.0 of the client, and if you're still using, like, the version .0 or 0. Whatever, I just adapt and work with it anyway. And yeah, pardon the burps. That's Gardetto burps, not even whiskey burps. That's just pure on, like, Gardetto burps. They're delicious. I'm gonna keep munching them just because. Just because. How should I say your name real quick? I mean, whatever works. If you want to say first language, technically HTML. After that, ActionScript. I mean, technically, English was my first language. My first programming language was HTML. Right? My first language beyond a markup language was ActionScript. Yeah, I'm fucking old. I don't think you realize that. If I showed you my hairline, you'd know. But it's okay. Right? I got highway miles on me. Some of y'all are sitting there at like 25 with like city miles on you, looking way older. Yeah, damn right. No, so whatever works, you're used to dealing with people that got city miles on them. Right? They put some wear and tear on that chassis. Actually, let me put it this way. They put some wear and tear on that body. See, whereas the opposite is true for me. I put wear and tear on my chassis. My body is actually like, you know, better. And when I say chassis, I mean like knees, joints, shoulders, all that stuff. Show you the hairline? I don't think we need to. Technically, you can go check my Twitter, and I've released that, but what you're asking for will cost you 140,000 channel points without a special occasion. So hold on, Deriz. Hold on. You wrote a Microsoft Teams add-on that takes the closed captions for a meeting, feeds it to ChatGPT, and looks for topics you care about or your name. If it finds it, then increases the volume. Otherwise, it stays muted. So far, you can watch my stream on conference calls and not get caught out. Deriz. That sounds like some amazing open source. Release that under a pseudonym and you're good to go. That's genius. Yeah, fucking genius. Like, how do you fit through doors with a brain that big? Do you have to buy, like, the bigger Ubers? Like, to travel? Do you need, like, a second seat just so you can, like, you know, like, do a plane flight? I feel like that's one of, like, the best fucking jokes we've ever made here on stream. Like, that, like, oh, how do you fit through doors with a brain that big? I came up with that here on stream. Right? And I just added to it with a little bit more. Just like, oh, shit, do you have to buy an extra seat on a plane? Right? That's a good one, right? Ah, man, we're gonna have, like, an entire fucking chain of questions to ask about how big is your brain. This is gonna be really good. This is gonna be really good. I really like this. I think, if anything, that could be my legacy. I created the, oh shit, how do you fit through doors with a brain that big? Comments, and then like the subsequent comments after. I believe that's my meme that I give to the world. That is the meme I give to the world. Right? You're welcome. You should use it. Do it. It's amazing. I live in a legal state. Just saying. Had to comment. Had to point it out. Oh shit. I forgot. But I was multi-threading. Twitch is fine with it. I'm in a legal state. Just saying. Oh shit. I think it's fine. Maybe. Ooh, an Absence chimed in. He's very close on Twitch too, removing the beanie. He's got about 120,000 channel points. All it takes is 150k. No big deal. Why don't y'all have that? Come on, you're slacking, aren't you? All right, here we go. Last of the Gardettos. Yeah, whatever works. Did you legitimately count the tabs? Oh, I know, Mr. Demon Wolf. No, Twitch's cutoff is July 20th. I got 20 more days. The entire thing I've recognized is it really harms the user experience of viewers here on Twitch. Twitch did a really bad job of rolling out the expectations for such a thing, and it has harmed the experience here in my channel massively. Until Twitch has a way of opting people into that in a better way, or until I'm required to have it, I'm not doing it yet. Right? Like, Twitch is really fucking up because they have made the viewer experience massively worse without actually, like, doing the right thing. I think it's a good idea if they explained that I set that setting. The streamer has set this setting on the channel, right? Like, there's so much that needs to be called out. Because within the first fucking week that I had it, which I did the first whole week, it was every day, hey, did you know that Twitch is labeling your stream with blank? That, like, you swear and you do drugs? Motherfucker, I did that. The messaging is so poor that people don't realize that's something the streamer opts into. Right? And it harms the entire discourse on the channel. Seriously, it was every fucking 20 minutes. It was really bad. It was really bad. It was the just the worst user experience. I'm waiting to see if they actually improve it. I'm assuming not, because I don't think they give a shit. And they wonder why streamers go to other platforms. It's an extremely terrible user experience. Prompt the users into it on their next fucking login with a modal saying, hey, we got some new guidelines. Would you like to opt into the things that you're okay with seeing? Boom. Done. Easy. Every stream is fine at that point. Right? Every stream is perfect. There's no issues whatsoever. That is the number one way to solve the user experience problem in a broad, applicable way. Just simply, every single fresh user to the platform on July 20th sees a modal that says, hey, what type of content are you okay with seeing? Set it in your global settings, and we won't prompt you on any stream that shows that stuff. Right? Have Clippy on the fucking thing. I don't give a shit. But the fact that Twitch hasn't even considered it, they're probably not even going to try it. They don't give a fuck about the streamer's experience with their chat. They only care about their experience with their advertisers. And that is the clear fucking problem that streamers have with Twitch right now anyway. So until Twitch does that, holy shitballs, dude. I get it, Mr. Demon Wolf. Recognize that all of that tagging is specifically for the types of ads they can show on very specific channels. That's it. It's only about the ads they can show where. Because Mattel doesn't want to advertise on my channel when I'm drinking and smoking. I get that. That's easy. That's very smart. Totally. But to harm the user experience of viewers on a channel that does that stuff simply because you're trying to appease ad dollars rather than harm everybody's experience by just doing one modal globally? Like, what the fuck, dude? Just do one modal globally about what the viewers should see and shouldn't see, and you're done. Every streamer would opt into that shit. It'd be so easy. Just prompt every single viewer, first time they log in since it, to see a modal that lets them decide what fucking content they see for that account. Done. fucking done on the entire platform, man. They try and join a channel that's against it, they see the modal. Cool. But at least they've done the effort to make sure other streams aren't being fucking thrown under the bus because they do something different than, like, the majority of streams a person would watch anyway. So yeah, I don't know, man. My main point is that I don't think Twitch even has explicit streamers that work on the platform, in my opinion, right? We know a couple people that stream and do their stuff on Twitch. They don't drink or smoke on their channels. They maybe swear, right? Let me put it this way. Have they opted into it yet? Anyone who was on Juicebox Hero's stream recently, did you see the prompt for swearing? How about Melky? That dude swears. If you've been on Melky's stream, did you see the prompt for swearing? So, Mr. Demon Wolf is saying, you did see the prompt for swearing on Juicebox Hero's stream. Awesome. Cool. That's great. That's really nice. I appreciate that. No. So, Mr. Demon Wolf, I am specifically asking only about Juicebox Hero. Not in general. I mean, that exact stream. Because she actually works for Twitch, just like Melky. If they haven't even opted into it, like, come on. I had the option to raid Juicebox Hero the other day, but I had to raid someone else to pay it off. So yeah. Like, you know, my guilt. Pay off my guilt, basically. But yeah, so, not sure. A little curious. Yeah, right? Just make users opt into the thing they're okay with everywhere. And then if a stream does something different, then prompt them for that. Right? That's so easy. Now, I get you, Mr. Demon Wolf. Those things are not connected whatsoever. Right? Shit happens. Like, come on. Come on. Let's not go crazy here, okay? Alright, so we gotta go look at what the manifest file actually has within it, and that's gonna be in this repo, right? We can see the manifest. This is the whole thing. All it does is have the version we're on, the groups that we have available, and that's where, hold on, so this function here, get flags, needs to actually check to see if we have a manifest now. So Vexilla client config comes into here. What I'm wondering here after this part is, we want to call this maybe like initial fetch or force initial fetch. Right? That's where we would call out to get manifest and get flags. And then, like, you know, then set them. Right? Because this whole thing does maintain state. And it needs to be inherently class-based. I think so. Right? It just does. So at this point, that is our schema for this. Yeah, it's really not a big deal. So Vexilla manifest goes like and needs to live with Vexilla flags in this same file, and that is within packages /types /source. So client config can sit there, and we'll just put it here. So export Vexilla, if I could spell, and it's an interface. Right, so that Vexilla manifest is something like that. We need to get rid of some junk. Boom, and boom. And then, yeah, so groups here is its own thing. We'll do that, get rid of that. Alright, that becomes a string, and this becomes a string as well. Right, and then bam. So that is what our current Vexilla manifest looks like. Boom, we got that type now because we got that watcher rebuilding as we go, so hell yeah. All right, so if we have a manifest, else we do that fetch. So that sets us up for this, and then we can say fetch hook is always there. We haven't changed that. Getting the flags for a file name. So the way we surface some of this data is going to have to change, right? If we have a manifest, and here's another thing. The constructor, I don't think that can be asynchronous. So instead we have to do like the whole promise thing. Yeah, let's just focus on this part for now, and at least like log out what it needs to do. So if we have a manifest, we need to if file name is name, or ID. Right? Because basically, scrub.json. Scrub. So we would scrub.json. Determine if file name is name or ID. And then fetch file like below. Right? Basically the same thing. So really, what we would end up doing is probably parameterizing this part. Yeah, hold up, let's do that instead. All right, so this is flag file name is equal to file name. We got some checks. If there is a manifest, I want to make sure that I'm handling some user doing a file name.json or just file name, right? I want to be really safe about that. So I'm thinking this actually kind of moves, oh shit, wrong thing. I clicked the wrong button. Alt was the right key. Right, that becomes just a regex like find and replace if it's the end of the string. Like super easy. And the perf of that does not matter. So then we determine if file name is a name or an ID, and then we gotta loop through it. If we don't have a this.manifest, Is there an else we have to do? Oh, yeah. So this would end up being flag file name. Because then that would have been scrubbed of the JSON, and then we just need to add the .json. So that would be it. We just need to determine the URL that we got to do, and then I don't think we actually need the else. If we don't have a manifest, then we know that we're not on V1 anyway. So, hold up. Someone out there, I forget who even said it, but you're right. Am I being needlessly pedantic by thinking I need to have a different manifest version from my schema version? Or are those things inherently tied together? I think they are somewhat inherently tied together, right? Can anybody think of a case where my schema would not need to be incremented at the same rate as my manifest? And I can't think of one right now. So I'm inclined to treat them as the same value. They're both about the client. Yeah, they're both entirely about the client. That said, no, I don't know. What you are hinting at, Mesmiro, is I would probably need to have some type of UI inside of the old version that says, hey, we don't recognize your schema type. You should probably upgrade and go to like the next thing, right? How many people out there do I know actually using Vexilla V1, right? Like the V0 actually. I'm sure they're out there, and I don't want to break their stuff. What's up, James? Mr. Sir. Yeah, I'm just trying to scaffold out things I need to do tomorrow or the day after or the day after that or the day after that. But I do want to go play some games here soon. So yeah, I have my oven heating up. I think it probably like hit some timer to where it's no longer heating up, but it's still hot in that fucking oven, so I can like reheat it real quick. I'm gonna eat some chicken pot pies tonight, and I want to play some fucking games. So handle the V0, right? We do that. Boom. Nailed it. There's our fetch. We call it good. Maybe it's just the same old thing. Fuck it. Who cares? But scrub the JSON is our main thing. Yeah, I really don't think there is that much that we have to change. I think some of our lookup within the should might have to change, but just barely. Like, really, just barely. Right? If it's gradual, we do some stuff, right? We refactor that just a bit. If it's a toggle, we do that, right? Like, we just end up implementing another case here and we just call it good. So yeah, our refactor of the client, I think we're like a day or two away from having that just solid for the TS, and then, ooh, yeah, the Rust, the Elixir, like all that's gonna have to refactor too. If I can establish a good enough like test suite for the TS, porting that test suite then allows us to implement into other languages pretty much like carefree. So yeah, I'm not at the level of I hate unit tests, because I believe that is Theo saying that from a purely like application driven context. As a library developer, unit tests are hugely fucking important, right? So I think that's actually a separate thing. I would say Theo would benefit from embracing unit tests for his SDKs if he ever wants to release upload thing for people other than Typescript developers, right? Yeah, so I'm not test driven specifically. I'm gonna build out the TS in a way that I can then start to test it, and then I will use those tests as the porting strategy to other languages, right? I think that is a different thing. It's not necessarily test driven, but it's like test conscious, right? We got to treat it way fuzzier. It is not test driven, it's test acknowledged. I mean, technically, filter, that's all the dev I do. That is whiskey-driven development. That's all I do. But yeah, I think we're at a good point. I think my main gist is I want to do like the client JS here as like the prototype. And then I want to establish my tests based upon that prototype. And then from there, I can create the other SDKs using those same tests after they've been ported. And that's the same way that we actually did this with our like gradual rollout hashing algorithm, right? So I think it actually works. I think we're totally good. If you haven't been here, it's exactly the approach we did with some of this stuff. Right? Look at this, client-test.go. This is the same exact test we consume and do with any other thing, it's just different syntax. Right? So having adaptable tests is a really good way to porting things to other languages. I don't actually consider that test-driven though. Just saying. So yeah, people over on YouTube, I think we're about to end. This was a great stream. This was the first one we've been able to do in which my connection didn't drop because I was trying to like do too much stuff at once, and my CPU has never gone above 1% for this entire thing. So yeah, stream PC upgrade for the win. So yeah, YouTube audience, thank you so much for hanging out. I'll see you again soon, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. Appreciate you. Yeah, have a good one. I'm gonna end that stream real quick.